Here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Looting through the rubble, leaving cities war-torn, still incurring more scorn. Ragged and I'm forlorn, trying to unlock this. Open with my lockpicks, punching with my second hand every time the clock ticks.
All right, there you go.
Ooh. Okay, let's try that again, and hopefully it won't do the screechy thing. Hang on. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, that's because I don't have any headphones plugged into this. I'll have that next time. So much tech difficulties going on this episode, and here we are. I guess I'll do the intro and then kind of explain what's going on today. Hi out there, I am Sidepocket. I'm one of the two co-founders of DCG 201, formerly known as DEFCON 201. We are one of the many DEFCON groups across the United States and around the world. Oh, I also realized I forgot to change into my shirt, but I'll do that. I'll do the intro and then I'll do our normal break. Actually, let me increase the light in here. I'm so frazzled. I can say right away that the reason why this camera is very laggy and low resolution is because this is the default camera that's on the laptop that we normally don't use. I normally have, which you've seen in the past episodes, external cameras, except for the fact that I forgot to take it with me. And that unfortunately, due to the situation I have this weekend, on one hand, I'm private for once by myself with a roof over my head. I'm staying at one of my partner's places. But the downside of that is because since I forgot the camera, I have to use this crappy camera. So unfortunately, this is going to look very 2001 video live streaming, and I apologize for that, especially since I normally like to have the high detail for this type of show so you can see all the stuff going on. So I'm just going to try to make do as is. I have other minor tech issues, but I'm still going through with this episode as usual. No matter if I'm late or in jail or hospitalized, I will still do this show. But yeah, we're one of the DCG 201 is one of the many DEFCON groups across the United States and around the world. We are located because of the 201 area code, hence the number in the name, into New Jersey, specifically Jersey City, New Jersey. We meet every third Friday of the month, and in fact, tomorrow I'm going to be posting details how we're going to do our meetings for the near future. It's going to be, we did a slightly different for the hybrid model that I think is going to work a lot better for us until we reach a certain meeting date. Because long story short, we love our new place at Helen's Pizza. Unfortunately, they don't have internet access, and I don't have the time and resources right now to help them install an internet portal, which I do want to do. It's just all of that. But yeah, we plan on meeting next Friday, so I believe that is August 19th. So we will be meeting physically at Helen's Pizza on August 19th, and then we will be doing a special live stream on the 20th. So until we get that internet portal working, the physical meetup will happen on one date, and then the online sort of broadcasting stuff will happen on a different date. But that's neither here or there. In addition to our meetups that we occasionally live stream, sometimes we do specials, and also we do a couple of unique shows. I do two of them. One of them, Crypto Barons, which was supposed to happen this week, but oddly enough, there is almost no cryptocurrency content at DEF CON this year. Literally, oh boy, hold on, let me take a sip. That was the crypto bros trying to kill me right there. Hang on. So, besides maybe a talk at the Payment Village and two workshops, none of the normal crypto villages were there. The blockchain village is not there this year. The cryptocurrency village run by Monero is not there. It's just the payment village. And then there's two workshops about cryptocurrency, wallet assets, and that's it. That's all that was there. So I'm probably going to be streaming that next Sunday So 2 days after our physical meetup and 1 day after our live stream meetup, and we're going to I'm going to kind of combine DEFCON and Hope together to one Hacker Summer Camp thing, or maybe just skip it and do a different topic altogether. That might be a thing. But on the reverse side, there's a lot of lockpicking stuff and lock sport stuff to talk about with Hacker Summer Camp this year. I guess that's where they overcompensated, where whether you were at DEF CON, B-Sides, Black Hat, my condolences, Diana Initiative, almost every single Hacker Summer Camp thing, particularly in Vegas, had a lockpicking thing or physical security thing. And that's what we're going to cover on today's episode. Plus, since we covered the Dimple Lock episode, I am going to. I forgot to mention what this show is, but I'll finish what I was saying. I have now. Remember when I live streamed and I couldn't open those locks? Like I taught everyone how they worked, but I didn't have the skill enough to open them. Guess what? I can open them now, and so I want to revisit them, even with this crappy camera resolution. And I want to talk about um, the stuff that I had to learn while doing it that none of the video or text lockpicking tutorials told me what to do. So those will be our two topics. Covering lock sports stuff during Hacker Summer Camp. And then I'm going to go into I'm going to hopefully, because sometimes these things are camera shy, pick the Practice Clear Dimple Lock live on air. And I'm going to explain how I figured out how to do it. And hopefully, with some of the stuff that I mentioned, it will now be out there that this is how dimple locks work. And you could avoid me struggling for a month and a half like I did. Although, to be fair, most of that time was me struggling in my current situation of trying to find a new place. As you can see here, I am now at my partner's place. It is actually a rare opportunity for me to live stream at my partner's place because she likes to play really loud techno music all the time. And of course, with the way normally I wouldn't have a problem with that. In fact, she listens to a lot of really cool classic techno stuff, and a lot of that like is stuff that I used to listen to when I was doing hacking stuff when I was younger. Because she's older than me. Not gonna say how much, but she is older than me. So she was into that Winamp era, I should say, of techno, where like if you went to like DEF CON fit like I would say like DEF CON like probably like let me count. Let's see. First DEF CON was in, if I remember correctly, 1983. 1993, 1994, 1995, 1996, 1997, 1998. So I would say from DEF CON 5 to about DEF CON 11, maybe 12. If you were around those DEF CONs, you were probably listening to the same type of music while you were doing all of your skitty computer shit. The issue is that unlike back then, we now have the DMCA, and so if any of that, even with the copyright-free music that I play from the awesome people at Pretzel, sometimes I still get flags from DMCA, even though then they investigate and the flags don't mean anything. That stuff, even if it's just very faintly in the background, instant, and this channel will be killed like faster than they've even arrested Epstein, even though it took them like 20 years to do so. So that's the hell that I've run into. We're also again until the end of August, we're still going to be raising money for the National Abortion Federation because of all the whole terrible Roe v. Wade stuff. So we're currently I set our goal. I tried to set our goal realistically, but we still have ways to go. But even if we don't make our goal, any money that is donated through Tiltify, which if you're on Twitch, you can scroll below. We have a little widget. There's also a little QR code in the corner, and I'm going to post the link to it in a moment. Any bit counts to trying to fight both legally and on the ground the terrible SCOTUS ruling, trying to reverse it, and at the very least fortify so that states can actually give real rights and freedoms to American citizens instead of the bullshit rights that they like to pull away from, see the Patriot Act. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. I will post that link in a moment, but to finish up, again, this is the show where I see that I skipped so much stuff. Blech, it's been that type of a week. It's the same thing. I had a whole talk at the awesome DCG, the DEF CON Group's VR Village, and I literally had to move it a day in advance and then delay it, even though I was the last talk, because of all the real life stuff happening around me. So, like, I'm actually glad that I'm not at Hacker Summer Camp this year because if all of this stuff happened while I was in Vegas, I would be literally losing my mind right now. So I'm glad I'm here trying to deal with all of that. And also, the kids that live downstairs are pretty quiet right now, so I guess they've been like tranquilized or something. But anyhow, this is the show, as I talked about with Dimple Locks and stuff, where I'm going to teach lock sport and lock security. I'm going to show you, especially since we're going to be also covering physical bypasses. I usually teach like how locks work, how physical security works. We get to analyze uh, locks and physical security applications, and then we try to break into them. We try lockpicking, we try bypassing, we try doing the hokey pokey, turn yourself around, all of that. And so, because of that, even though I am a Tool member and I have instruct both for Tool and outside of Tool, multiple lockpicking stuff. And even though this is not a Tool endorsed or Tool sponsored stream, that's the open organization of lockpickers, which we'll be looking at in a moment. They have two really amazing rules that I like to do. And let's see if I can tilt the laptop without it going offline. So it's a bit more, want a bit more in the center. There we go. Because I'm sitting on my mattress here. There are two rules that Tool does that is just makes a ton of sense, and that's why we're doing them. Actually, see, the light is up there. So as I say this, we're going to again do the hokey pokey and turn ourselves around and see if I can move this again without causing the stream to die. There we go. I think that's a better view of my face. You can see my partner's purse, one of her purses up there. But yeah, there's two rules that I think everyone should do in lock sport. And the first rule is do not pick a lock that you rely on. So we go over these rules every episode. Um, Sometimes I wrestle with this too myself, but every time you pick a lock or do a bypass on a lock, you're going to wear out the mechanisms in it. It's more susceptible to that lock picking or bypassing technique. You will eventually wear the lock and it will break faster than usual. You will also wear out your tools faster and break them more than usual. Or my favorite is where you break the lock and break the tool at the same time. Fun. So just do not pick locks that you don't rely on. Second of all, do not pick locks that you don't own. Any of the locks that you see, we're going to look at with Hacker Summer Camp, any of the locks, such as the Dimple lock that I'm going to show you, if you see those locks in the wild and you just are like, oh, I'm excited, I know how to do that, don't go over there and pick that lock, because no matter how shitty that lock is, there's a reason why said person put a lock on there. They're trying to store something. You breaking in is trespassing. It could even be extended to stealing. There's a whole tool section on the website that talks about laws, but regardless, if you pick locks that you don't own, even if it's just for curiosity, you will be basically committing a crime. And that, you know, that's why I'm telling you these rules to not only save your ass, but save my ass and keep, they say, I'm keeping anime pure. We're trying to keep lockpicking pure. So once again, do not pick locks that you rely on, and don't pick locks that you don't own. Every single lock that I will show physically, and I will probably extend that to almost every single lockpicking thing you're going to see at Hacker Summer Camp from my tool and lockpicking extreme and independent colleagues, are all locks that they do not rely on and only exist they don't lock anything with these locks, and they own these locks. And they're designed to help them further their skill in lockpicking, as well as they give permission to the people at these conventions to pick those locks so that they can learn. So once again, do not pick locks that you rely on, and don't pick locks that you don't own. We good with that? Okay, so as I said on our recap, we're going to take a quick look at all the different cool lock stuff, because there was a lot going on at Hacker Summer Camp in Las Vegas, and we are going to also look at revisit the clear dimple lock, because I can open it now consistently, and I'm going to share some details, despite the crappy resolution of this camera, that I wish that I knew, and my giant hair that's gotten even longer knew, before we started picking these, that despite watching many tutorials on dimple locks, no one ever told me these things. So I hope by relaying it on to you, you won't make the same dipshit mistakes that I made. Okay? So I'm going to go on a very short break. It's probably going to only be 10 seconds. I'm going to change into the shirt I was supposed to wear when I didn't get frazzled that, oh no, the chat wasn't loading. What do I do? And I had been having keyboard problems with the stream computer. Long story short, I hope in 3 months I'm going to get an entirely new streaming computer that will have all the bells and whistles, because this was old even when it came out. We're going to continue on. So I'll be back on my short break, and we'll do this spirit. We will We'll go look at all of all the booze that was drunk and all the things that were hacked at DEFCON 30 and other Hacker Summer Camp conferences. So stay tuned for a moment. I'll be right back. Told you that was going to be a quick break. So first of all, before we go to the desktop cam, so a while back I entered in a CTF that was called Jersey CTF, and it was their second one. I captured a bunch of flags for the DCG 201 team. Of course, we didn't win. Our goal when we enter into CTFs currently is not to win any capture the flag contests, but just to test out our skills. And I was particularly testing out the red teaming browser that I talked about at my DEFCON Groups VR talk, as well as that I'm going to show off next Saturday when we do our live streaming section. But what I wasn't expecting when I was to get a free shirt because of my participation in CTF, but even better is that the shirt has a giant padlock on it. I don't have any shirts that have locks or lock-related paraphernalias, despite this kind of basically being my main hobby now. So I was really excited to, even though it was a capture the flag thing, to finally have a shirt that has an actual lock on it. And it also represents New Jersey, so bonus. Now, am I going to wear this shirt every live stream? I'm going to try, but probably not. But until I get more shirts, probably from Locknoob and the Hack XXX T-shirt company, I am going to use this shirt a lot every time I do lockpicking stuff, whether it's on live stream or when I teach this stuff in person. I was actually going to first wear this shirt at A New Hope, but I stupidly thought I packed this shirt because I literally took it out, put it in a separate thing, and then forgot to actually pack it. So it was sitting there. I'm all the way in Queens. What can you do? So I'm wearing it now. So let's get this live stream going. And by the way, I know everyone's probably, I'm pretty sure the DEF CON closing ceremonies is still going on because they have so many villages, and like me, none of them can shut up. I'm pretty sure they take forever. So I'm pretty sure that's still going on. However, so I thank anyone who's actually watching the stream. Instead of that, we've been restreaming as many Twitch channels covering Hacker Summer Camp as we can. On that note, Black Hat was supposed to stream on Twitch, but I tuned in at multiple different times during the day and I could not find their stream. I just couldn't. That was weird. So we didn't restream them, but anytime we got a chance, remember I was really busy. I was basically super busy all Friday. This is why we were originally supposed to, like we normally do, live stream coverage of DEF CON, but honestly, not only was there not that much streaming going on, there was a decent amount, but nowhere near the past 2 years because I guess we're now mostly out of the pandemic, even though we really aren't. Long story short, there wasn't really that much to cover, especially with cryptocurrency. But two was that again, I was busy Friday all day and all night. And Friday night, I was literally at an event and I was super late to it, by the way. That went on from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. in the morning. And that was Friday, and I had a lot of stuff before then, including a home crisis that's here where I currently am staying. And then yesterday was also really busy, and that's why I'm live streaming now. So unfortunately, it's probably the least amount of coverage I have ever done for DEF CON so far for DCG 201. Although with all the finance stuff in the future that will happen, hopefully in the next month or two, I will be planning on going there and will finally be able to do all the group stuff that I've been planning for. Me and other DCG 201 members have been planning for literally since we formed this group 5 years ago. So yeah, but like I was saying, I love an active chat. I like talking to people. So if you have any questions about what we're looking at, what's Hacker Summer Camp, what is lockpicking, what is life, the philosophy of life and everything, what the fuck's going on with my hair, please ask that in chat. Unless it's an obvious troll, then I'm just gonna knock you out because you're lame. But if you are not a social butterfly, I totally understand. I sometimes am not either. So if you are just here to listen to me talk with my Bob Ross voice, or to learn some of the stuff I'm going to be teaching, as I always say each episode, keep lurking, keep learning. And right before we do that, let me just throw some links. Trust me, we are going to get to the meat of what we're talking about here. But let me throw up some links. So, again, unfortunately, the DCG201 website is still down. We've been dealing with a bunch of issues. I'm going to be kind of transparent because I'm not going to talk everything behind the scenes. But one, um, I still have to pay the bill to put the ISP service back up. I've been behind on that just because this week has been really busy. Two, we need to resolve some stuff with the actual domain ownership. We're not losing the domain names, it's just we have to resolve that. And three is that we have to redo our Linode instance, which is what we've been doing for the past like 3 months, in order to get the new version of our website up and running. So instead of going to our website, which is at dcg201.org, which will give you a ton of errors, instead, which we're going to look at in a moment, direct you to our Medium blog, which I just posted that link in chat. We're also on a ton of other social media. Our two most popular ones right now, I believe, are Twitter at DEFCON201NJ and Instagram at DEFCON201. But we're on a bunch of different things under DEFCON201. We're on the host.social instance of Mastodon. We are on GitHub. We are on Minds.com. We are on so many different platforms. No, that's perfectly fine. Like I said, if you're just here to listen to my voice or to learn any of the stuff I'm talking about, dark arts, and that says to everyone else, as I always say, keep lurking, keep learning. So, I'm not picky. I'm not like some streamers where it's like, chat, come on, but, I do like a lively chat, but if you're just here to listen, I get to ramble more. But if you want to know what all of our social medias are, I have posted a link tree to the social medias, and something I didn't realize until really recently is that I should have made a separate link tree for all the guides that we made for Hacker Summer Camp. But I guess we'll save that for next year. And B, we're going to look at those in a moment. Finally, as I said, we are, by the way, we are streaming on Twitch D Live and YouTube. If you follow any of those, if you're watching and you haven't followed us on Twitch D Live or YouTube, you can follow, like, share, subscribe on those platforms completely for free. Note on YouTube, if you do follow us on and subscribe to us on YouTube, please hit that bell notification icon and click it to all, because YouTube fucking sucks and they, for some reason, don't like their own customers that make them their content, that make them money. So put that on there. We don't make any money off of these streams. We don't do any views. And normally when we make money off the streams, it's because we're giving them to charities. But if you do follow us, we do get real-time notifications that they're happening, and we cheer on those people. And finally, but we also stream onto a couple of other platforms. Two of them are Diode Zone, which is an amazing PeerTube instance for hackers by hackers. They're amazing. And also Facebook, because unfortunately I have to go where the people are, no matter how evil the platform is. And our only limits on that really are Gab and Truth Social, because those aren't social media platforms, they're jokes. If you are on Facebook and you do want to chat with us, you kind of, because Facebook sucks, you kind of have to hack Facebook in order to make it work. So I just posted a link for all you Facebook people who might be watching, so that you can know where to follow. If you do want to chat with us, hopefully finally at this meeting we'll actually resolve and have our sessions chat in order, because we're moving from Keybase and we're trying out sessions. But in the meantime, you can go to our public Discord until we also figure out where our public IRC channel is going, which will also be this upcoming meeting on the 19th. Finally, as I said, and trust me, we're going to actually get to the main content here now. We are raising money for the my brain just died. The National Abortion Federation. They're an amazing group of people who both legally and also boots on the ground are trying to combat not only the Roe v. Wade decision, but to make sure that many free Americans as possible have access to not just abortions, but also just access to just general reproductive health care for women and even men. So it's a big freaking deal. We went through a ton of charities, especially through Tiltify, which is how we're able to run charities and have the money completely hands off and not anything to us. So if you want to donate, there's multiple ways you can do so, and you can donate any amount. If you want to do the full $400 that we are trying to get to by the end of the month, go right ahead because we're going to be doing a lot of live streams after this live stream. But if you could only do $1, $3, $5, every little bit helps. And even if we don't make it to our $400 goal, as you've seen in past charity drives we've done, all that money is still going to go to the charity of our choice, which is the National Abortion Federation. So you can, if you're on Twitch, you can scroll down. There's a little widget where you could donate directly through Tiltify without leaving our page. For all of you who have phones, because as Blizzard, Activision Blizzard, which is soon to be bought out by Microsoft, said once, you do have phones, don't you? You can scan the QR code in the, and I'm probably pointing the wrong way. Let's go back here and do the. You can scan the QR code on the left side, your left, my right side of the screen here, and that will take you on your phone to there. I swear to God, this is not one of those DEFCON QR codes that sends you to some Rickroll malicious penis or something. It's an actual charity thing. We would not screw over people like that. And finally, for those of you who aren't there, those platforms are confused, as I'm going to be doing throughout the stream, I just posted the link right there in chat. So now that we got all the crazy homework out of the way, let's actually go do our first task, which is we're going to explore all of the lock sport and lockpicking shenanigans that took place during Hacker Summer Camp. So here we go. So first thing that we're going to get out of the way, as now you see the chat screen I've been using, is that first of all, this is our blog that I was talking about. And you can kind of see that's been dominated by something. And what it's been dominated by is that we have been doing guides since the beginning of July all about Hacker Summer Camp, because as I wrote these guides personally, by the way, and as I have done every year for Hacker Summer Camp since 2000, I want to say 2018. And as I said in here, I don't know what they put in people's Jolt Cola this year, and this is why I chose the New York casino in Las Vegas as a visual representation of representation. Can't speak. I'm like Benji now. Of what's been going on from the beginning of July last month to the end of this month in August. I guess everyone really missed each other during the 2 years of the main part of the pandemic, because there's been so many cons and meetups in the past month and a half, and there's still one more to go. And when I mean a lot, look at this. I still had to do my guide, which I had to also include New York as well, because New York had a bunch of cons. It also tells you how to do virtual stuff. I had to make Capture the Flag its own section. And then I had to cover all of these conventions, all of them. Every single one that you see here has each an individual guide for it. And there, even though I forgot to put the link in this one, there's one more to go. And then I had to put, just for the Vegas week, special interest groups, events, and parties, which I honestly think has been its biggest section despite cancellations than ever. And so to kind of explain what Hacker Summer Camp is, it's normally a nickname for the week. It's usually the second week of August nowadays, where 3 big conventions, B-Sides Las Vegas, Black Hat, and DEFCON, all take place in that week. And usually what it is that B-Sides usually starts Tuesday to Wednesday, and then as B-Sides is ending on Wednesday, Black Hat starts all of that Wednesday morning into Thursday afternoon, and then as it's ending Thursday afternoon, DEFCON is starting, and then it truly kicks off Friday through that end of Sunday, which is today, where everything has ended. That's usually what it is. When people fly there, thousands of people before the pandemic, it seems to have kind of bounced back. There was a good amount of people at each con this year, because again, I think everyone really missed each other. But apparently that wasn't enough. Even that 1 year where Hackers on Planet Earth was 1 week before DEFCON, I thought that was going to be the hectic as it is. But again, it turns out that no, just in the span of 2 months in the summer, July and August, we had like a billion conventions for no reason. Absolutely nuts. All over the place. In fact, originally, I was excited to cover a different part of Nevada, ExploitCon in Reno, and literally 2 days before DEF CON start, they rescheduled it to March of next year. And it really sucked because I might just do a shout out to them on their blog separately, even though they're all the way in Reno and they really don't have to do much in New Jersey. It's because I think it's interesting that there's a con series that meets in different countries and states that you would not normally see a convention. Even they basically go into states and places where you don't even really see a B-sides in those places, and that they had some really unique village ideas that I would have loved to cover during the Double Summer Guide. Actually, we had two cancellations. It was that and FuzzCon also canceled. And originally, I thought I had one last guide, and I found out about another convention as I was making it, and then another one happened before DEF CON happened. It was insane. So yeah, these are all the guides. The first guide, I'm going to post the link into the chat right now. Hey there, Raven. I'm going to try to pronounce your username, so I apologize for screwing up. Hey, Raven L. Ronai. I'm terrible at English because I was born and raised in the United States. Welcome to the live stream. We're just going over Hacker Summer Camp and DEF CON stuff. And again, you're probably unfortunately going to see the restream chat a lot because there's a glitch in OBS where sometimes I have to log out. I have to literally do the joke of log out and log in again in order to get these special little panels on OBS that would normally have the inbuilt chat to the side, so I wouldn't have to switch back and forth like this. But that didn't happen, and I was already running late, so I just started live streaming. But anyhow, so this guide talks about everything. This first one, as per tradition, every single thing that you need to know. And trust me, we're gonna get to the lock stuff in the moment. About being in Las Vegas and parts of New York. So I had to cover monkeypox and the fact that COVID-19 is still a thing. Um, and then I covered like how to survive virtually. I put some mental health stuff, including the awesome people by Mental Health Hackers and also BetterHelp.com. I'm kind of right now just doing a quick version. Usually every year at DEF CON we do an R requirements the day before, but I just could not get that done in time. And also my partner was here streaming techno music that would have gotten me DMCA'd. Also my partner occasionally goes a little too crazy and would do other things on the camera to accidentally DMCA me. Even though she usually behaves a lot, I just didn't want to risk that. You know, I did some like some physical things so that you don't like go crazy. And then like, hey, if you're physically going to either of these conventions, here's how you pack for a hacker convention. Like here's hacker tools you can get, you know, first aid kits, how to dress in terrible weather. I found it funny that when I covered New York, I talked about that while it's not as hot as Nevada, it does get into the 80s and 90s, and that it also usually rains during Hackers on Planet Earth. So bring an umbrella, and I post some hacker ass umbrellas that you can buy. And what's kind of funny is that I feel like this year, Hackers on Planet Earth and DEF CON traded places with their weather. So in New York, even though it kept warning it was going to rain, it never rained, and we had record heat wave temperatures. The first day I showed up, it was 90. I think it was 97 or 98 degrees on Friday. Then it was literally 100. What was it? 102 on Saturday, and then 99 degrees on Sunday. So that's the hottest Hope had ever been, and it was like no clouds, full sun beating down on us. And then in Las Vegas this year, which you've probably seen pictures and videos of, it rained. It rained to the point where Las Vegas actually physically flooded, which not only apparently rarely happens, but this has never apparently happened at any DEF CON in its 30 years. So literally the freaking deluge happened, and like, you know, Dark Tangent had to build a floatable server rack and then put a copy of every single program in pairs on that rack to survive the biblical flood. And so I kind of feel like that, man, people should have brought the umbrellas at DEF CON and paid more attention to the scorching heat at A New Hope because they just decided to trade weather. Also, what was really upset about Vegas is apparently a bunch of the flooding happened in these like underpasses where because of how brutally Vegas in particular, not even just Nevada, but Vegas cracks down on their homeless population. These were the only places that homeless people could stay, and apparently most of the deaths from the flood happened from homeless people trying to live in those areas that then got flooded and then they got swept away or drowned or whatever. Just covers a lot of stuff, sunscreen stuff to wear, the fact you'll be doing a lot of walking, awesome places to get hacker clothes, tutorials on how to set up your computer and also what hardware and software to buy and privacy tools and apps to download. Didn't list anything for iOS because I figured that if you're probably in computer hacking, you probably have an Android phone, just because it's kind of more designed that even though it's for beginners, I'm betting on that the person going to DEF CON or Black Hat or New Hope or SummerCon has some privacy conscious stuff, and that they would and so that they kind of know like, look, Android's the most flexible, Linux you have more control over and secure and stuff like that. So it was just me like coming up with a bunch of stuff that people wouldn't probably think of, how to fly, how to secure your room when you get there. In addition to the Snowden thing with the door, and I swear to God we're gonna get to locks, but I'm just breezing through this because again, I had to write all this stuff, so I'm really proud of this. I added another guide from let's see here from where is it? Yeah, it screwed up with the formatting, but by Snubs, who did a lot of photo selfies this year with people. I can't wait to meet her finally physically. I used to work at Hack Five doing online social media stuff years ago when they started out, and I'd love to eventually finally meet her in person. She's awesome, by the way, online. I'm pretty sure she's even more amazing and amazing human in real life as well. I should not even say real life, in physical meet space. But she did a thing about because most of the hotels were owned by Caesars. They use Honeywell thermostats, and she showed a way of how to do the temperature stuff, um, so that it disables the room occupancy sensors, so you can actually adjust the miniature temp and maximum temp instead of it doing auto stuff, which also is probably going to be having a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if it has a lot of tracking and stuff. And list resources of like where to go, if you're vegan, if you're kosher, or you're halal, if you have certain mental issues, how to ride the New York subway, which I repeated in the New Hope guide, things like that, emergency numbers, which I also repeated in the SIGs, and a bit of stuff about marijuana. Um, as I said, Capture the Flag had its own section that I had to keep updating throughout the entire con. And let me just double check to make sure we're streaming fine. Are we streaming fine? Okay, I think we're good. Also, by the way, this camera is normally very boxy. That's why the top of my head's cut off. Next time I stream, I'll have the normal camera, and so everyone will be good. But yeah, Capture the Flags, I updated not only like, hey, here's how to kind of set up for Capture the Flag, but also just like, it's not going to load properly, probably, but I kept updating of all the different types of Capture the Flag activities because some of these Capture the Flags literally did not have any information about them until the day before or the day of they activated. So that was a whole interesting challenge in of itself. I'm just getting a bit more comfortable here. Man, I think it's funny because if my partner was here, oh, this would be crazy stuff. I did guides for, I'm not gonna click on every one of them, but for multiple different cons. There was SummerCon in New York, which the previous shirt I was wearing, this is the Goon shirt or the staff shirt for the con. This is my first ever summer con. I'm usually too broke to go because they usually sell tickets in March. And usually by the time March happens and I remember to click on the tickets, they're all sold out. This time, thanks to a friend of mine who actually is one of the main people that runs the convention, I not only got him for free, but I worked the con. So that was cool. If you saw me at front desk, hopefully I was pretty good registering people in and also checking in on like speakers and stuff. So I hope I did my job well and said hi. Tour Camp was also this year, the literal hacker camp that takes place in Seattle, aka where they filmed, that's not Seattle, in Washington State where they filmed Twilight and Sparkle Vampires. And awkward acting by purported teenagers whose actors are not teenagers. So not only I'm not going to click on that guy because that's probably one of the most beefiest guides I ever wrote for in my life. Because not only did I explain tour camp, and similar to DEFCON and Hope, tour camp has a lot of like stuff that are made by other organizations. So I had to link a lot of desperate independent information on the internet all in one thing. But I also had to explain how to camp. Years ago, I used to go camping occasionally. So it talks about how to pitch a tent, giggity, how to make a fire and where to legally do it, how to do wildlife, how to cook out there, how to be clean, what sort of equipment you should buy, things like that. Then we had a Hackers on Planet Earth, which you folks probably remember the last episode of Master of Unlocking, we actually live streamed from there. And even though it didn't really show any faces, and I probably could have did the camera better, I got to teach a bunch of people. There was like 25 or 30 people in the room. There wasn't a lockpicking village this year due to issues. So literally, I brought a bunch of my lock stuff and streaming stuff, and a couple of other people brought their lock stuff, and we kind of combined our stuff together and made like a mini lockpick village with 2 tables. And I was at one of the tables, and I got to teach like 25 to 30 people how to pick locks, and they all went away picking their first locks, and it was really awesome. And I now have ideas in 2024 for whatever they're going to call Hope that time because there's a different name every year. I now have an idea of I'm definitely going to try to get involved with actually making a new lockpicking village, and I think I know how to set it up. By the way, if you're wondering why I'm wearing the head bandana, that's simply because they are not as prevalent as they used to, but flies tend to magically, especially because it's the summer, get into this room. And I hate when flies either land on my ear or buzz in my ear. That puts me into a very hardcore rage mode. So to make sure that they don't land on my ears, I have this wrapped around there. Sorry for being lagging in chat. Raven said, "Did you see the video of the guy that rode the rapids in front of the link? Who he needed all the shots after that?" Yes. I have mixed feelings on that because one, if I was there, that probably would have been me. I'm not even joking. Two, uh, because it would be probably me. On one hand, like that was just freaking awesome to see. He even got a shout out, not by name, but they showed the video. I'll try to show the video on this stream. Uh, During the closing ceremonies by Mr. Tangent himself. But on the other hand, it's really dangerous to do that. He could have really easily drowned, like a lot of people did, unfortunately, during that flooding. And again, as someone said, uh, swimming in any water in Las Vegas is the equivalent around here of swimming in the Hudson River, or as George Carlin said, you swam in raw sewage. Not recommended. So that's what Raven is talking about with he needed all the shots after that. So yes, I did. I got to see that in real time, and I was actually the person who retweeted those videos multiple times on our accounts because it would just pop up like the instant that happened. I think I was like the third person that retweeted the original videos. So that's pretty neat. Then the thing I didn't even know existed happened, where Scale. I had no idea that for 19 years there's a convention in Southern California that's about Linux and open source. I had no idea it was called Scale. What really freaking sucks though about it, because I actually now want to go, is that I was like, oh, it's in Southern California. Oh my God, it's in Los Angeles. So I did a mini guide on there about Los Angeles, and I have a partner that lives in Los Angeles. So dogs are going crazy. So I was excited about like, oh, next year I'll go and book a hotel in Los Angeles for a week, and I'll be there for the Linux stuff. But in reality, when I'm not at the con, which will probably be most of the day, I'd be hanging out with my partner, who I haven't literally seen in a couple of years. We talk a lot online. But they just announced, hey, we're going back to our original venue in Sacramento, which is miles away. I'm still thinking of hanging out with my partner, but now it's probably going to be for like 2 days out of that week instead of that weekend, and I can visit her whenever she wants. So, boo for that. But that was really cool to see, and it was nice to also just do a guide that was, in a different place, but nearby to where Hackstone Camp was. Then, of course, I did once again the amazing folks at Ring Zero. It's still going on. They do in person. They do a lot. Basically, they're the I know Black Hats usually know more for this, but they're like the training camp for Hacker Summer Camp. All they do is they get like the experts who are top at their game, and it's like, hey, are you an intermediate person who wants to go like elite, or are you like someone who want or is like you've always wanted to learn a very specific thing, like how to hack cars or how to do like proper reverse engineering on malware for Android or something like that. And they find like some of the best people on the planet, and you literally do that for 2 to 4 days. They did a ton of free ones this year, which we all listed in our guide. They did they did, of course, their in-person stuff during Hacker Summer Camp. They're actually the thing that basically starts off Hacker Summer Camp technically. And then a couple of days later, they're going to be doing some virtual ones as well. So that's going to be a whole thing there. The next was B-Sides Las Vegas. And again, we're going to get into all these. Then, of course, Black Hat, which I have a lot of stuff to say about that. By the way, B-Sides, I caught the YouTube stuff whenever I can. Black Hat and Diana Initiative, and I'm more sad about Diana Initiative for me because I was so busy Wednesday through Saturday, I should say. I did not log in once to my free online stuff for Black Hat and Diana Initiative. I'm pretty sure all the content or most of it is still there for Black Hat because usually their stuff hangs on recordings and you can go back to old instances. But Diana Initiative, that happens in real time. So for Diana, I'm going to have to wait till this talks go live. It was also cool last time chatting virtually at Diana Initiative. And I just feel sad that I missed both of those despite them being online because I was so busy with crazy stuff here that because I don't want to dox the amazing, nice people who are allowing me here, I just don't want to talk about that because, being nice. Then, which was really bizarre, Usenex and Soups happened, particularly Usenex, Wednesday through I think Wednesday through Friday was Usenex, and DEFCON is Friday through Saturday. So they overlapped, and the problem is that Usenex is all physical again this year, and they're in Boston, so they're on the East Coast. They're in Boston. I lived in Boston for 2 years. And then DEFCON is in the Vegas, so they're basically the West Coast. So there was a lot of people who had to pick between the two, and in fact, there were a couple of virtual talks that were happening at DEFCON 30 were actually also happening at Usenex and vice versa. And some people were like, I wish they weren't together or that they were more coordinated. And I made the suggestion that at the New Hope, there was a hacker camp called May Contain Hackers in Europe. And what they did was they had, I wish I took more pictures, they had an entire section of the con. Most people use it as a physical chillax layer, but basically, they were streaming the content from May Contain Hacker Camp to Hope. And there was also a camera where you can interact if you were there to May Contain Hackers and vice versa. And then all of our content was being streamed from A New Hope to May Contain Hackers in Europe. So it was like a giant web portal where these two conventions, despite being in two locations in two different time zones with a slight overlap, could interact with each other. And because Usenex and DEFCON were literally going on at the same time, I don't know if they're going to have it scheduled again where Usenex overlaps DEFCON, but if they do it again, I think they should do a portal like that. I think there should be like a Usenex portal village at DEFCON, and then like a Usenex watch the hackers at DEFCON portal on their side. And despite the two time zones, when they overlap slightly, so it's a 3-hour difference, that the people at each conventions can talk and interact with each other. I think that would be great if that happens next year. Yes? No, that's downstairs. This is the people I'm living with. It's okay. I just want to warn, I am live streaming, but if you need something, just interrupt me. See, I told you I'm actually living with some people. And then on Friday, which because of my current circumstances I couldn't get to, was the Wiki World's Fair, which I did live stream the lightning talks. That was really cool. I was again all the way out in Queens, so not too far away from where Hackers on Planet Earth is, and they were at the Queens Museum where the World's Fair used to be, and it was a lot of Wikipedia free culture stuff. Coming up is Blue Team Con. I'm going to do that sometime next week, that guy, which is, you probably heard of the Blue Team Village at DEF CON, but there is a whole thing there. And so imagine just a convention. It's like a 2-day convention and just blue teaming stuff. Because again, I think blue teaming, despite I think it growing recently, especially with the concept of honeypots, where essentially the blue teaming are red teaming to do blue teaming. It's like an exhibit meme. I still think it's highly underrated, all those skills. So yeah, that's pretty crazy, huh? So what was I gonna say? So yeah, what I do want to highlight too, and now we're going to get into the lock stuff. I know that took forever, but I'm glad you bore with me. Is this part of the guide, the special interest groups, events, and parties. Yes, there was a lot of special interest groups. Yes, there was a lot of parties. A little section here talking about being roofied and sticking together. Unfortunately, as I said in closing ceremonies, there were some people who were sexually harassing people. Thankfully, the goons were being the goons and threw them out permanently. So, yay for them. Also, DEFCON set up their hotline this year. I was wondering if that was going to come back, and I'm glad they came back. Friends from Bill W was there, and yes, there was. We also, by the way, we missed the con. We missed the con. I checked 2 weeks before Hacker Summer Camp if HacktivityCon was going to happen in the summer or in the fall, and they didn't update their page. So I just assumed that HackerOne was going to have HacktivityCon in the fall. And not only did they have it happen on Wednesday when I was really super busy, but they had it on Twitch and they were streaming from Vegas. I don't know if they're going to do the same thing again, but I will make sure now to truly check the day of Hacker Summer Camp if they are going to do HacktivityCon. And when I'm at Hacker Summer Camp physically next year, I'm going to find whoever the hell does website updates and their PR people, and I'm going to strangle each of them, one in each hand, for making me miss all this stuff because I could have put this in a guide and they could have had their own guide. So instead, I threw the recap up here, which of course is not loading because we're streaming, and kind of their like schedule of like what was going on and stuff. Also, DEF CON groups really came out again. We were supposed to do a bunch of live streaming stuff that never happened. DEF CON groups had their whole all space VR. I will admit, all space VR gives me a giant headache. It was particularly a big pain in the ass setup this year. But the DEF CON groups themselves were amazing. All the talks were amazing. A lot of these talks, I was actually kind of mad weren't on main track talks for DEF CON itself. And that's actually something I like about DEF CON is that a lot of times when they reject a talk, if it's a certain subject, they will refer to you to a Village where you can talk. And I will also say, as we just posted on Twitter, if you ever submit a talk to any convention, whether it's a B-Sides or DEF CON or a New Hope or to a Village at DEF CON or something, and it gets rejected, send it over to find out what your local DEF CON group is. Hell, even your local 2600 group if they have former talks, unlike the New York group, and send it to your local DEF CON group. A lot of DEF CON groups like to have 1 or 3 talks. We're one of them at 201 in New Jersey. And particularly for us in New Jersey, you can do it physically and show up, or you can do it virtually. So you have an option there, or both at the same time. And we work around your schedule. So if you got rejected at DEF CON, a lot of times they just reject stuff simply because they've already filled up too much awesome talks and they wish they could put every single awesome talk, but then the con would go on for 2 weeks. And while probably no one would complain about that who attends, I'm pretty sure staff would complain about that. So they're not going to do it. So it's a lot of times it's just that they've run out of stuff to do. So they have to be super picky. But a DEF CON group, they're usually starving for like even us, like a lot of people think we're like one of the biggest groups. I've literally been told that people think we're like as big as 303 and 801. 801 was the originator OG DEF CON group, but in reality, us and them, we are starved for activities and content, and we're coming up with stuff. I always look at other DEF CON groups, even our neighbors, like the stuff that they do at 610. Some of that stuff I wish we could do here. Like we have content sometimes they've told us like they wish they could have done, and they do a lot of stuff that I wish we could have had and vice versa. So we're often like not in a negative way, but we're starved for content. So it's great, you submit to a DEF CON village if you don't make it. If you don't make it on either, send it to a DEF CON group. We would love to present stuff, but we did stuff in VR that year. There's Jason Street doing his weird VR stuff. A lot of groups had meetups before and during and at DEF CON itself. If I had attended this year and a couple of others had attended, we would have actually done. We were originally up until April planning an amazing ass party at DEF CON. Of course, that didn't happen. But because we already did the groundwork for the planning, I can say that while I'm not going to count our eggs before we hatch, one of the main things that if we go next year, we are finally having a party. And honestly, I think we're going to set records, hopefully positive records, for how crazy a DEF CON party can be. I found the perfect partners and the perfect venue that's right on the strip where we can do our shenanigans. And I literally mean shenanigans. We're not doing anything illegal, but I think there'll be people there who will probably have flashbacks to some of the first DEF CONs with, like, they do a thing there that we're basically going to co-op as our party. That's already insane by Vegas standards. So I can't wait for that. But there were some amazing meetups. Shouts to DCG 414 and the others near the area. There's a Ponagachi meetup by DC 702, DEFCON Holland, which is an umbrella for multiple different DEFCON groups, including 3115 and 3120, all met. There's going to be I don't know if it's by a DEFCON group, but there's going to be an unofficial thing afterwards. Two major hackers, Circuit Swan and Wenderman, got married on Thursday. That was pretty nuts. And then, which is what we're getting to, because we're not gonna cover, because this is the lockpicking stream. I know I've been rambling about Hacker Summer Camp. I had to get that out of the way so you understand where I'm coming from, because we're about to eat right through this. So we're not gonna worry about. There was a lot of meetups. There was a lot of parties. We're not gonna focus on that. We're gonna focus on the special interest groups because there was a ton of them. We had QueerCon. We had EFF. EFF did a lot of stuff all over the place. The mental health hackers. Blacks in cybersecurity, the cyber girls hacks, which by the way, they had their stuff unintentionally and maybe even partially intentionally stolen today. Apparently, they left. They went to attend to something else, and people thought the swag on their table was just freebies because sometimes people just leave freebies on the table, and they took stuff and they didn't realize that that was their gear. And that's that type of stuff they sell to make money so that they can A, come back to DEF CON every year, and two, Girls Hack a Village, brought by the amazing people at Black Girls Hack that we've been following forever and have supported forever. They they use those sales of that vendor gear, not only to attend DEF CON, that they're going to try to attend DEF CON every year with, but they also purchase tickets at cons like DEF CON to give disadvantaged women who are trying to get into cybersecurity the ability to go so they can learn and further their career or start their careers. So because they lost basically money at the today, if you have the money and you don't want to donate to abortions because the National Abortion Fund, which because you might be like, oh, like that's kind of too much to me. That's a bit, I hate this phrase, but like that's a bit too political. And I will post the link again to the National Abortion Federation, or you can donate on Tiltify via the QR code or directly through the link itself. But if that's too skeevy and you want to donate to something else that's positive that will help women and hackers, donate to the Girls Hack Village. That's my alternative for you guys. And show us the receipts because we'll cheer you on. VetCon happened this year, and I'm gonna go back up to this in a second because this is all the lockpicking stuff. But there was even more things that were going on that were crazy. Hacker Flaregrounds had their BadgeCon meetup. You had DEF CON first, killed it this year with a room full of talks and DJs and parties. ShabbatCon for all of those practicing Jews came back. The China party, which didn't happen this year. Normally there's a DEF CON thing in China, but China got re-COVID again earlier this year, so I guess that's why it didn't happen. But I guess to make up for that, they loaded up their VR instance that they did during the main part of the COVID pandemic and did their own VR thing. So there was two VR things. There was a DEF CON Groups VR, and then in China they had their own VR thing, and they were hanging out and basically doing their own con, separate from DEF CON, in China during Hacker Summer Camp. So the Hacker Summer Camp covered so many different places in the world. It's crazy. And then their usual cycle riding thing. And of course, again, I said there's a ton of meetups and parties and contests. We're not focusing on that. What we're going to focus on, because we're going to scroll all the way up here, is what this show is about. The lockpicking and lock sports stuff. There was a lot. This is kind of a stock picture from Tool, but that's how it felt. There was a lot. There was a lot. I guess to make up for the fact that, and probably for a good reason, there wasn't a lot of cryptography. There was cryptography. It was the crypto village, but there wasn't a lot of cryptocurrency and blockchain stuff, which I guess was a relief to a lot of hackers, even though we cover it on a show. There was by far the most amount of lock sports stuff I have ever seen during Hacker Summer Camp. Ever. 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 Ever, ever, ever. So, let's do the nature of the show now. We got all that BS out of the way and get into it. So, first of all, you had B-Sides Las Vegas, who had their own lockpicking village. I think Tool runs it, but don't count me on it. But they had it every day. They had beginner sessions at 11:30 Pacific Standard Time every day. And what I'm actually going to do now, and I have to be really careful because remember, the keyboard that we're currently using is kind of broken. Unfortunately, is kind of broken right now. So I have to do some weird copy pasta shenanigans. Basically, funny enough, and make all the lewd jokes you want. I have heard them all. I've done a bunch of them while I've been working on this. Simply put, the D key on the keyboard in particular has worn out, so when you hit it, it will type a bunch of numbers and will activate commands that I don't want to activate on my operating system. By the way, as I'm doing this, I'm going to retweet stuff. So they had their own DEFCON their own lockpicking villages they do normally every year. Last time, if you remember, oh man, that's hilarious. Well, that's new. Someone made an American map of all the different DEFCON 31. That is hilarious of like what the rooms kind of feel like when they do the maps every year for DEFCON. That's just great. I love that. But I'm pretty sure as we attempt to search, we're gonna keep finding, and I might actually just put. Oh Lord. Okay. So every year, both at Hope and DEFCON, funny enough, I didn't find them at Hope, probably because we're all being on our best behavior because it was a new venue. But every year at a major con, whether it's Hope or DEFCON, someone brings the for rectal use only medical stickers that they stick on medicine capsules. I should know. I used to work in pharmacy, and that is hilarious. There's a light up finger thing in Las Vegas, and they put it that they could have put it anywhere. They could have put it above. They could have put it in the space where the knuckles are. They could put it in the meat of the hand, but no, they put it right at the pointing finger for rectal use only, and as a little pictogram and as a pair of pants. I love it. I love it. That's just amazing. Okay, I'll be going through later and kind of getting all this stuff that we've missed. So much weird stuff going on. So what I'm gonna do instead after this last retweet, because otherwise I'll be stuck retweeting all day. I'm gonna see if I can particularly find lock picking stuff. So let's do lock. See what pops up here, if anything. Popped my first lock at B-Sides Las Vegas. Awesome. Again, I don't know who does this, but this looks very similar to the Tool practice tumblers. I am not sure if it was. Unfortunately, I think that's the most, unless it's mixed in, which is weird because I saw, well, this is from a previous year, but I saw other pictures that were recent from this year, but I guess we could look a bit at the previous years of like, there's sort of lockpicking. Oh, that's something I've been wanting. If there's one major thing I've wanted from South Ord, it's that lockpick kit in the box, just simply because it's a nice, convenient way to essentially have a wood wall with locks that are more similar to doorknobs without having to physically build the wall, and they have that there. I want that. It's like $80 to $90. I can't wait to get one. Of course, he's also wearing a pair of handcuffs. So unfortunately, these were the ones from last year. I wonder if I put picking, if I could find more. And then, of course, there might be some at, here we go. This one was this year. For some reason, I didn't retweet it. I'll retweet it now. Clear lock, which again, I couldn't bring with me. So let's see. Oh, those are, wow. So who's ever doing the lockpicking village, if you can see in the upper part here of the screen, I mean, I said that looked like a tool ones. These are actually the Sparrows practice ones, the old ones, before they made the box ones that are way easier to hold and are more durable and they more resemble door locks. So that's actually really neat. So whoever is doing this, their equipment, I mean, if it works, use it, but like their stuff is pretty ye olden. So that's interesting. That I wasn't expecting. So that they had their own lockpicking village this year. And then for Black Hat doesn't have a lockpicking village, but the Red Team Alliance, which is made by, if I scroll all the way down, I'm actually going to zoom in a bit more so you can read this stuff even better. I'm going to screw up this first name, Babak Javadi, who's apparently the founder and director for the Core Group, which is a physical security consulting firm specifying in covert entry, hardware exploitation, red teaming, and professional training. Drew Porter is the president of redmesa.io and the Red Team Alliance, which is one of the websites that we recommended getting hacker gear for Hacker Summer Camp, like actual like gear, so you can do like physical and digital penetration testing. And then, of course, Deviant Olam, who's the core group, he's a specialist at core group and the director of education for Red Team Alliance, and a ton of other things. I know I've met him multiple times. I've helped him on different things. He's helped me with different things over the years. He's a really awesome human being and a great friend. He used to be the lead person at Tool. After many, many years, he stepped down, and now Night Owl, which is my mentor, funny enough, now runs everything at Tool. But to our heart, like, put this way, he literally wrote the book on lockpicking. I'm not even exaggerating. We're gonna one of these days, maybe later this month, we'll actually do an episode about going and looking more at the lockpicking community again, because we did one years ago. That was a part one. I want to do a part two maybe later this month, maybe for a second episode in August. But he actually wrote a book that I want to do a future episode on about how to pick locks, and it's a really amazing book. I can't wait to own it. But all three of them have united for Black Hat, because if you have nearly between $5,000 to $6,000 to blow because you're at Black Hat, so you're probably rich as fuck, you could take a course there that was called a training that was called Physical Penetration Electronic Access Control Hacking. Which was located on Palm B Level 3 at the Melinda Bay at Black Hat. And of course, it has a dull ass name because it's Black Hat, and everything at Black Hat has to have a dull ass corporate name. But it was an in-person thing. So this is all about physical security. So in addition to locks, mechanical lock systems, lock picking, they cover door hardware, bypasses, and also electronic physical security, PAC tokens, RFID credentials, alarm contracts, tamper switches, door controls, black hole protocols, all these sort of things. And for red team members, this will understand like, ooh, I get to break into something. For blue team, for physical security, you get to understand what the malicious people are doing. And so now you know what works, what doesn't work, which products suck, which don't suck, and how to basically how to design and build your buildings so that people can't just break into them. And let's see here. The student requires beginner to immediate. Beginner to immediate. The requirements for the students to bring is a laptop capable of running Windows 10 native, not a VM, with local admin rights, which means this computer would work even though its keyboard's running out. And if I ever, for some reason, get to take this course in the future, I usually have a dual boot on Windows just in case for at least two laptops I own. So I'll be doing the same thing. So it will be running native. So while the training is virtual, students must be provided a shipping address to receive the required hardware kits accompanying this course. Interactive participation is required during the course. They also said that if students have any lockpicking, RFID, or physical entry tools, it's fine, but a full suite of tools, practice locks, and other equipment will be provided because there are links to Tool. Students will be required to be ready to participate with computer ready for Windows 10 with local administration rights, virtual machines, and other operating systems that historically perform inconsistently with the software being used, probably again because these are ICS softwares. Students maybe bring a Linux or a Mac OS system as well, but those doing so should ensure they have access to a native Windows 10 machine if needed. And students will each be working with electronic attack hardware kit, including a Proxmark 3, 4.0, and ESP key, and their custom door simulation unit. So here's the stuff that the course provided at Black Hat for your physical penetration testing class. This reads, by the way, like the on the first day of Christmas my true love gave to me. 8-piece lockpick set. I'm pretty sure that's the same lockpicking set the Tool sells physically at the con. Peterson tool bypass knife. Peterson tools mini knife. Which, by the way, let's see. Hold on. I'll be right back. Let's play the game of Where Is My Pants? I put my pants over here like an idiot. Because, pantslessness is the rule when it comes to hacking. That's some weird propaganda paper someone gave me in Jersey City. For all of those who wonder, basically the 8-piece set, let's count. This is not the 8-piece set that you get. But every pick case kind of like this worth of all the same things. Let's count. So I have my short hook. I have my offset hybrid. I have my half diamonds, that's 3. This is an extra one, so we're not going to count it. I have my Bogota, 4, my S rate 5, and my city rate 6. I don't know what the other 2 are, but I would guess that maybe the other 2 picks in that. Maybe there's one that's like 15,000 of an inch or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if they also had a half ball or a ball pick and a snowman included in that. I mean, I have to look at the tool base kit set again, but that's what they mean kind of by 8-piece set. I also don't know if that 8-piece set, if they're counting 2 different tension tools, maybe a top and the bottom of the keyway, as I have down here. When they say Peterson's bypass knife, I'm pretty sure what they might be talking about is probably like a decoder like this. It's not like a knife where you stab things, but probably something like this. Or it actually might be basically a very dull, thin, actual, like something that's shaped like a knife that does something that like what Sparrows calls like a mini gym, where you can like, if there's a gap in the door, you can try to manipulate the bolt in it. It says door bypass and traveler's hook, which eventually we're going to have on this show by Sparrows. Bag of padlock shims, which I have in my lockpicking case that I didn't bring with me because I'm dumb. Covert lock jigglers, warded lockpick set, which is, as I've said, I always have a semantics with this. Some people call these warded lockpicks. They're technically more warded lock bypasses or tryout keys, but I'm not going to be like a super snob on that. Lockpicks, I get it. That's what they mean by this, and you can call them that. I just don't call them that personally myself, but that's what they are. I'm not shitting on them. A lot of people call them that. This is just me being an ass. Covert comb pick. We're going to eventually have comb picks on this show. DDC 20 Devious Decoder card. I have a feeling that what that is an actual card that that people in locksmithing use to measure keys so that they can figure out biddings, whether they're trying to measure on a key to create a bidding or to measure an existing key or an impression of a key, which is probably what they're going to be doing, because remember, this is about breaking into places so that you can make a duplicate key without their permission. Lock bumping tools, which I've shown on the show, but again, they're in my storage unit right now. The Pearson 2 American Lock bypass driver, the Pearson Tools Adams Wright bypass drivers. I don't have the Adams Wright one, but I do have the American Lock one, which has actually been bent out of use, so it doesn't work as a bypass anymore. I have to get a new one of these, but this is the Sparrows version. They're using the Peterson one, probably because it's just a higher quality, especially in terms of the steel. Magnetic search probe, which look up one of Deviant Olim's videos. I have to get one of these. Basically, if you're looking at a door and you're trying to figure out like where the electronics are and stuff, or anything behind a wall that's magnetic, it's this really cool. It's a physical thing. There's no electronics, but it's like basically on like a dolly head. And if there's anything magnetic, it like moves that head towards the magneticness. So when you move it around, it's like it's constantly looking at wherever you move it up and down, so you can know where all the magnetic stuff is behind walls. It's great. Plug follower, which you use for repinning stuff. Same thing with a pinning tray. I have to actually get a new plug follower because I lost mine, but I still have my pinning trays. Folding field scissors, lock cylinder shims, which again I have my lock picking thing in my training thing in my storage unit. Practice locks and spare parts, again have them in the unit, and a tactical field bag to keep all this shit together. So that's what they'll be provided with. I'm pretty sure all of that is 1,000 to 1,050 of the training thing alone that you're paying for, because it's. I always tell people when you get into lock sport and lock picking, it's not it's only expensive if you want to. You can find quality, affordable beginning lockpick training kits, beginner lockpick sets, lock practice locks, and actual real life locks that are quality. They're not like Chinese stamp pressed. And won't set you back a lot of money. For people who train like me and like the core group and the Red Team Alliance here, not only do we need to get a lot of different tools, and sometimes they're also not the cheapest things, but we also have to get a lot of them for multiple students. I currently have hit a limit myself where I have 2 sets of 1 through 6 practice locks. I'm probably going to get another set from Lockpick Extreme, and then there's going to be a certain point with my money where almost every month I'm going to buy Sparrows 2 through 5 pinning one because the 6-pin ones are kind of special, and I already have 3 of those. And I'm gonna buy like probably 5 of them, and that probably still is not gonna be enough. Basically, if I encounter like a group what's more than 10 people, I'd be screwed personally myself. So that's how this stuff gets out of control and why you end up spending up so much money. But yeah, it's this whole thing, and in fact, they have YouTube videos, and we're gonna try to play them, and hopefully the browser won't crash. I mean, the stream won't crash. Now, I'm gonna try the first one here, and this is funny because you may have seen this conversation online. So I can tell you right now that the 2 links for these 2 videos at the bottom work. But when I tried the first one, it was for some reason set to private. And I contacted Deviant publicly online because I was too stupid enough to DM him under our account and said, hey, why doesn't the physical penetration video, why was it set to private? Like, we know it's not public, like you can't search for it, but why was it, like, not, you're supposed to copy and put these URL in, and you can't anymore. And he's like, I think the conversation he was like, wait, where is it? And I posted the video link, and he's like, no, where was it listed? And I showed him his black hat, the black hat training he's part of, and he's like, I'll look into it. So we're gonna enter it in again, and we're gonna see if this actually loads and is not private. If not, we'll just load the other 2 and hope the stream doesn't die. So let's see if he changed it or if it's still set to private. Nope, video still set to private. It still won't play. I'm kind of mad because I think I somewhere have a save. I think I have that video saved somewhere, and as well as the other 2. If I don't, that's going to be sad because it's a really cool video about, it shows like people at Black Hat picking locks with the trading locks and doing like bypasses with the bolt and stuff. That's really cool. But let's look at the other 2 that's apparently part of the training. So this is the 1-minute credential cloning video, which hopefully I don't think that's set to private. Here it is. So I'm gonna switch the stuff here, and we're gonna watch this together. So, sorry, it's only a minute long. Here we go.
Here we have a modern RFID card reader and a valid working credential. In this case, we're showing one of the most common configurations encountered today. Now this is clearly a non-working credential, and as much as you might want to get in, it's not going to let you. But with the proper tools and knowledge, in this example we're using a Proxmark 3 device, you can clone the working credential, program the blank one, and that's going to operate the door for you. Now, this is just the beginning. In our course, you'll learn about the design fundamentals of modern physical access control systems, their common methods of defeat, and most importantly, how to defend them as well. Every student will get hands-on training with these techniques, and the tools will be theirs to keep. If you're ready for real-world practical experience, we look forward to having you in our course.
And that last bit there was just like pictures from them at Black Hat. So now we're going to load up the protocol sniffing video, which is 2 minutes long. So let's watch that from the group because they will not let us watch the physical lockpicking stuff, which is annoying because that's what we're here for on this show. So let's look at protocol sniffing.
Hello everyone, here we are again with a complete electronic access control system and a couple of credentials. The first one is a simple I-class credential with no PIN, while the other requires a PIN after read to complete authentication. Dual-factor systems are often recommended in order to overcome the shortcomings highlighted by card cloning, but it's possible to circumvent this system in a couple of different ways. Here we're going to show you how both single and dual-factor authentication can be bypassed. Within a matter of moments, we can take the reader off the wall without disabling it and install a covert protocol analyzer and put the reader back on the wall. This device is an ESP key, and it's able to intercept, record, and manipulate data sent by the reader to the door controller. It's completely credential agnostic and even works on most biometric systems. What this means is that whenever a credential is presented, The ESP key is able to intercept that data and store it in non-volatile memory. It even records PIN numbers, so if a credential requires a PIN, that data is captured as well. Once we have that, we don't need the credentials. We can take a simple smartphone and connect to the tool's built-in Wi-Fi and load the UI through a browser. Once we have the logs of the credentials, we can just select one for replay. Even the second credential, which requires a PIN, has that PIN data recorded, and we can simply re-enter it on the keypad. In our Physical Access Control System course, students will have hands-on time with these types of covert attack tools, learning how to use them and how to defend against them. As always, the tools are there to keep, and we make sure everyone is comfortable.
Yeah, and that's some of the pictures again that you saw previously with that video. So yeah, that's just some of the stuff that's not lockpicking, but they do include lockpicking in their training set. That's in the this Black Hat course that's put on by the core group, which has my awesome, I want to call him a friend because it's not like I know him on a personal level, but I would say lockpicking colleague and one of the great gods of lockpicking and physical security deviant Olam did for Black Hat. So that was pretty much, if you had a lot of money, you also had an amazing ass lockpicking and physical security experience at Black Hat as well. Before we get into the main course, I want to do a shout out to, and I realized for some reason I actually did not load their website, which is weird. I thought I did. So let's go to their website in real time now. So as I said, the D key is broken, so I have to insert the D into the URL. Which is the amazing folks at the Diana Initiative. They had to do lockpicking twice. They had to do it virtually, which they also did during the main pandemic back in July, and then they did it in person on August 10th and 11th at the Westin Las Vegas Hotel and Spa. Because, you know, when we talk about minorities, particularly those of a femme nature, if you want to attract femme people, and let's be honest, me, do it at a spa. I love spa days myself, you know. Because a lot of people have said that, particularly with both my real life job and lockpick. And I just realized something. I am really dumb. Hang on. Let me check. Let's solve this right here. We are not crypto barons. That's going to be hopefully next Saturday. Let's put on the actual logo that we are. I can't believe that. I always make this mistake where I forget to switch the little logos in the corner. There we are. We are a master of unlocking. Shrink you down. There we go. We're master of unlocking. Represent. So shout out to Diana Initiative because they had to do lockpicking twice. And I can't talk about Diana Initiative's lockpicking without talking about the amazing people, and I hope this loads properly because they have a lot going on with their website. The amazing, amazing people at Lockpick Extreme. One of my practice sets is from Lockpick Extreme, and I'm actually hoping to get at least one, if not 5, practice lockpicks from them. They are a really quality lockpicking organization that makes tools and makes they make tools and they make practice sets and other type of stuff. And what makes them kind of unique is that they are made by most of their staff members, including their head, are women. In fact, if I remember correctly, I think the person who runs the whole thing is Christina Palmer, who does not get enough credit in our community and is truly absolutely amazing. Not for being a woman, although that is always impressive in of itself, but for the fact that if you buy any lockpicking case since the 90s, and you have your short hook and your half diamond and your Bogota and your snake rake and your L rake, aka city rake, those are her designs. While we had concepts like short hooks and stuff and I'm one day going to do an episode about vintage lockpicking sets, particularly from former criminals. They had a lot of different specifications. Nothing was standard. And almost every company from Peterson's to Sparrows to South Ord and Tool and everything in between owes them all to Christina Palmer because she took all of these and she standardized all of them, solidified their names, all of that. So, while she's not like famous, and I wish she was, like lockpicking lawyer or something, even though he's a really awesome dude as well, I think he would even agree with me that like she should be as famous because if you own any lockpicking tools, especially if you go out and buy a kit now, you have to thank her for that. Yeah, they make these amazing beginner kits, and what I specifically like about them is that they have not only do they coat their turning tools or tension wrenches with a type of material that's just won't cut in on your fingers as hard. You can see these really high profiles. They also design, by the way, the waves, the sinusoid and sinusoid waves that work really good on doorknobs and stuff. So instead of having normal Bogotas and triple peaks and double peaks, they use those instead for their kits. But that coated material, they actually color coat them so that you also know the thicknesses between the tension tools without having to like notice how thick. You can just go by color. Might be a little issue if you're colorblind, but I just think that's a really cool thing they do. They also sell these amazing, I wish I had them with me right now, practice tumblers 2 through 6. I want to get their new design here. And what I absolutely love about them is that, as you notice, each of them have individual keys. And the reason why they have individual keys is because, okay, so tools, I'm going to tell you right now, when you get a lockpick tumbler set, training practice lock set from Tool, they're all keyed alike. They're all the same key. This is good for trainers because then they only have to keep track of one key. The downside of this is that you can, if you know what you're doing to some degree, you can kind of to some degree cheese the practice tumblers. Meaning that let's say you progress from 3 pins to 4 pins. The first 3 pins that you practice on are the same heights. All you have to figure out is the height of the 4th pin. So you just, I mean, the binding order will be slightly different, but basically you set those 3 pins and then you worry about that 4th pin and you're open. So I've seen people eat really fast when they realize that through the Tool training sets. Not all of them do, but some of them do. The lockpick extreme ones I consider a tad more difficult because not only do each number, the pins increase, 2 pins, 3 pins, 4 pins, 5 pins, all the way to 6 freaking pins, but they're also each have different biddings, and the bidding gets harder. So number 3, it's 3 pins, but they're almost all flat. It's like near the shear line, slightly above the shear line, near the shear line, something like that. 5 and 6 is like Mount Everest. It's like the Appalachian Mountains. It's crazy. So not only do you have to deal with 6 pins, but they're actually in high-low-high patterns that make them slightly more harder to pick. Now, that means I have to keep track of multiple keys, and that drives me crazy, especially when I'm cleaning up and I have to essentially stick the keys into, even though I'm kind of more used to them visually, I still have to occasionally stick the key in there, and if it doesn't work, I have to keep trying until I find the keys that work, and I know that's the keys, and I leave them in there, key retaining. But again, that's the pros and cons for the Tool practice set. And by the way, both are great quality sets. I'll also let you know the Tool set, because it's made lovingly and care by hand by Tool members and has to be shipped out by their address, they're more expensive. This is the cheaper one to get. Just saying. So if you're looking for affordability, probably the Lockpick Extreme, but you get what you pay for with the Tool set. It's really good quality, handcrafted. Not to say the Lockpick Extreme is not handcrafted, but that's like a big thing. Like I know the members who make those things. But with Tool, if you're an instructor, it's really easy to keep track of. You're only keeping track of one key, and they completely work. And I also like that you get a 1-pin one, which is very underrated. The 1-pin one is not for. It's usually not for the person in training. It's for the instructor to instruct. However, it's only increments. It's all keyed alike to one key, so it's just a 1-pin variation, even though that changes the binding order slightly. With Lockpick Extreme, not only do they get more difficult with the amount of pins, but they get more difficult with the bidding. However, you have to keep track of multiple keys as an instructor. And then what's really, really free, and by the way, you get this nice leather case with Lockpick Extreme and this awesome box that they come in, which I can't wait to get again. However, the other thing that they also make is, and I just noticed that they changed the designs, and of course they're out of stock. They used to be all metal. I guess now they're partly plastic. I see they have a better design for it. They also make, which is an amazing gift and or prize if you are doing a competition, earrings that are actual working lockpicks. And I see they're now doing top of the keyway tensioners now because they change it up like every 2 years or so. So you can, like a lot of people, they'll just think they're weird, decorative, cool looking earrings. But in reality, you can. I had someone who actually one time I was doing lock picking under DCG 201 for Hackers Next Door, which is run by the amazing people at Tech Learning Collective. I cannot wait till we're not all dying from illnesses and poorly planned SCOTUS laws so that they throw another one of those because honestly, I thought their conference was better than Hackers on Planet Earth. Not all of them, but like overall, like if Cope ever had like a direct competitor, it would be them. Um, but they had an amazing thing, and we did lock picking for them because we knew it was going to be a bunch of people, but not like they weren't going to have like 100 people there. They had, I think, like 30 to 50 people there, which is still a lot to be honest. Really awesome people, and I actually had a person. I'm not going to say their gender because I don't want to assume who had these earrings. They had an older version, and they learned lock picking, and they got the earrings later, but they never picked a lock with them. So I walked them through it, especially since they're shorter and they were able to open the locks with their earrings, and they were just so happy that they could finally do that and actually use them. So shout out to Lockpick Extreme for hosting the Lockpick Village for Diana initiative again, and not only hosting it but doing the crazy part, which is a remote lockpicking thing, where when you register for the class, part of your paid package, it's like $50 or so. They send you the kit with the tumblers, and then you get the Zoom meeting or whatever it is on Hopin, and you follow it live. That's just insane, and to coordinate all that, and to, as they say here, you have to. It's only in U.S. domestic, unfortunately. Just insane. And then, of course, they had their in-person one every day, both days. Diane Initiative, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Just absolutely outstanding. But I would say probably the real meat and potato of lockpicking is DEFCON. So what did they have at DEFCON this year? Quite simple, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, I'm going to use this quick break to let people know again. We are still raising funds until the end of this month. Might extend it, but for the National Abortion Federation charity drive, uh, National Abortion Federation, which helps both legally and boots on the ground fight against the terrible SCOTUS ruling, not only to try to reinstate Roe v. Wade and allow more freedoms and mainly privacy freedoms for everyone. Even if you don't have a uterus, this affects your privacy. It's also going to be a domino effect because now they're trying to get rid of gay marriage, and they're also changing stuff with the Patriot Act so they can spy on you better. In fact, by actually overruling, by the way, Roe v. Wade, the government can now legally spy on every American citizen in their main living space under the guise of reproductive security, whether you are a woman or not, whether you have a uterus or not, or whether you're doing hanky panky or not. So, literally, let's say if you are, doing your day job and you're finding bug exploits, popping shells, finding bug exploits on HackerOne through HackerScope in your living room, the government could be saying, "Hey, he might be doing CP. FBI, open up!" and knock through your door, even though you weren't doing anything illegal. And that's every person here. And that was in Roe v. Wade, and that's now doesn't exist anymore. So if you're in a state where they ignore that, they're spying on you. Proof. Full on Edward Snowden spying on you right now. Regardless of your background or who you're from, if you're in the United States, you're in a state that doesn't have abortion, protections, and especially with Roe v. Wade overturned, they can now officially spy on you and do whatever you want. It's the negative. It's almost like if they got rid of the Geneva Convention. It's like that, but for digital stuff. Really bad. So it was out of control, and that's why we're trying to raise money for it. We only have $30 now. We set our goal for 400. Even if we don't meet the 400, we still are all that money that is donated, including the current $30, will go to the National Abortion Federation in order to help facilities who are legally can do abortions to continue getting their resources and training doctors, as well as just general reproductive health in general. Fighting against it legally, both SCOTUS and locally, the state, locally and federally, and the Supreme Court, Roe v. Wade ruling, boots on the ground activism, all the protests and stuff you're seeing they do. And I'm trying to remember the last thing they do. They basically do a lot of awesome stuff, even that's unrelated to abortion, just in general reproductive health in general, regardless of your gender. Okay. If there's multiple ways you can donate. If you're on Twitch, we have a little widget at the bottom. You can donate. I mean, if you want to donate $100+, you want to donate the what is it going to be now? Let's do the calculation here. If you want to donate $370 to get to our goal right now, you can totally do that. But a lot of the times, what happens is we get like, let's say, $380, and people just donating. Each individual person donates $1 or $3 or $5, and that's what actually makes us not only meet our goal but surpass our goal every time we've done one of these streams. So you can go to that widget and donate on Twitch. You can also scan that QR code in the lower left-hand corner of your screen over there. And let's say you're on DLive or YouTube, or you can't keep track of everything. I've now copy pasted once again the donation on Tiltify. They handle all the money. We don't. They're respectable. They work with charities and stuff to donate to that. So putting it out there. Let's go back to our normal schedule programming here on Tool. By the way, if you donate, just like if you follow us on Twitch DLive, and YouTube, just like what happened here with Charles Anthony, when you get that donate, it creates an alert on our live stream and we cheer. You don't have to donate. You can donate when we're not streaming, but it's even more fun while we're streaming, even if you donate $1, because we basically worship you for the rest of the stream, and it's for a great cause. So yeah. So the meat and potatoes of a lot of the lockpicking during Hacker Summer Camp, and of course, the big giant fucking thing during Hacker Summer Camp, which is DEFCON. And for this year, it was DEFCON's 30th anniversary. Now, unfortunately, not everyone can make it. Unfortunately, there's a lot of kids. Usually, they have a Roots Asylum, which has its own lockpicking village. Roots Asylum is not only here this year; they imploded. They're not coming back. It's not a negative thing. Like, nothing. I don't think anything truly bad happened. I just think they probably just got burnt out, and also lack of resources and funds, and they couldn't do it. I do know, and I'm not going to say everything, but I do know that DEF CON itself is trying to right now make a replacement for them that can be launched next year. Kind of like what happened with the Social Engineering Village this year, which is now the Social Engineering Community Village, run by completely different people. That was a resounding success. So I think they're trying to do the same thing with DEF CON Kids, and I'm not in talks for that right now, but I do have resources and experiences. I'm especially interested in bringing a section of Tool to teach lockpicking directly to kids at whatever DEF CON Kids thing they do. That's going to replace Roots Asylum. And I also have cool like DJ resources and hacking resources. I definitely want to be a part of that, but I'm currently not a part of any of those talks now. We'll see how it goes. I just hope for the best. I also can tell you behind the scenes, me and a couple of other hackers and lockpick enthusiasts who just happen to be brown and black. We're going to do lockpicking directly at Blacks in Cybersecurity. Unfortunately, because I couldn't make it, that didn't happen this year, but I know there's going to be talks about doing that next year. If you hear yelling and stuff, that's the awesome family that's letting me live up here for the time being, trying to do order amongst the many pets and kids they have. But and of course there's a bunch of other different things, but I want to focus on, just like I said years ago, I did a whole talk dissertation about the different types of lockpickers. So there's a very famous graph that I'm not going to bring up that classified different types of hackers, and they put them into three really broad categories, and those categories were, if I remember correctly, security hackers. So these are the people that break and mend security features. So they pick locks, they decode passwords, they make malware, etc. Then you have the hacking in terms of, and this is probably an older definition, but of hardware. And I would include now open source software in this. These are the people that develop tools and physically bend circuits in order to hack things maliciously or intent. And then there's the free culture aspect, which is the idea of open source and doing policies, right to repair, which had its own giant panel this year at DEF CON, stuff like that. And then there's a lot of subgroups that are not only direct umbrellas underneath that, but also intersect between the two. So for example, if you cross, let's say, a security hacker with the free culture aspect, you get hacktivists, which are people who do the security stuff, but for free culture, right to repair, and good humanitarian causes. So that's two groups slightly overlapping each other in like a Venn Booby diagram. I did the same thing with locks, and it was easier for me to do because there's already 3 DEFCON villages that represent those 3 areas, and that's what we're going to look at right now. And what I call them is you have the lock sporters, which are the people who intensely go into locks. They do the practice tumblers. They do single pin picking. Their whole obsession is the pins, setting the pins, and advanced ones, which also kind of which is kind of one of the subcategories of locksmithing, is that they like to dissect the lock to not only show that yes they did pick it, but also to reveal what's inside, and that kind of gives like a backwards, like when you solve a puzzle, gives you a backwards way of realizing what you actually did and achieved. So that's the lock sporters. Then you have the bypassers, or the physical security enthusiasts. And while they do engage with the pins, they're more interested in just defeating the lock. And I'm actually going to click on each one and we're going to go over them. They're more interested in defeating the actual lock mechanism themselves. So, so the bypassers or physical security people, as I guess now we'll call them, you can set all the pins without the key and it'll work. You can engage in the actuator and it can work. You can deal with the door latch and it works. As the old quote goes, if you open it, it counts as an open, and that's what see in lock sporting. It's the pins. Or if you do bypassing, usually in a lot of competitions, that's illegal. They're focusing on your actual skills with the picking. Even though raking kind and bump keying skirts the bypassing thing, they're gauging with the pins and the Bible and all of that traditional lock picking. The physical security, an open is an open. If you're able to cats are liquid your way in, that counts. So that's what they look for. And then finally, you have the rogues. And the rogues, not an entirely negative condensation, but I just used the wrong word. But condemnation. But essentially, the rogues, some of them do know single pin picking, like the lock sporters. A lot of them know how to bypass locks, whether it's pins, the door latch, or anything. But rogues usually also undertake other skills that usually has nothing to do with lock picking that they incorporate into their craft, such as, for example, what if the door is guarded by a physical person? You have to get rid of them, and you're not an assassin. So you use social engineering techniques to convince them to walk away from the door. Rogues will maybe hide their pin, like maybe they realize authorities are showing up because they think that they're lockpicking, which they are, and so they use sleight of hand to hide the lockpicks. A lot of them also make their own lockpicks, but unlike lock sporters and bypassers that are making the tools to be more effective in picking and bypassing, usually their modifications to their tools or tools from scratch are designed so that they can be better concealed and hidden from others. And again, like I said, with these 3 categories, they overlap with each other. You might have someone who knows how to single pin pick locks really well, but also engages in the door security. So they both do lock sporting. They know how to defeat security pins and stuff, but they also know how to bypass, for example, electrical alarm systems, and maybe they work in physical security at a bank. You might have people who they're magicians and they know stuff like sleight of hand and magic tricks, but they combine that with their knowledge, their extensive knowledge of bypassing in order to do tricks such as escape artism, where you get out of handcuffs and multiple restraints and shackles, and that uses a lot of legit bypassing techniques. This is the type of stuff that happened. There's also like weird things, like I would say, like there's also spin-offs directly underneath the umbrellas. So like a weird way that I think that the physical security people spin off of. And by the way, I will say that while there is definitely a corporate thing sometimes with lock picking stuff, it is not, when I say physical security, it's not the same difference that really, in my opinion, between the way like hacking and infosec are. That degree still exists, but to me, it's not as much of a degree, especially in recent times, that has been with the hacking community and the InfoSec or information security or NetSec community people. So just put that out there. So when I say physical security, I'm not saying that the physical security village are a bunch of idiots. Quite the contrary. The two of the people that run that, I met them at A New Hope, and they're like the most nicest and best and highly skilled. I would worship these people. They are the best people, both personality-wise and skill-wise. So I just wanted to clarify that I'm not saying physical security like the way hackers say information security. A little bit of a crowbar separation there. Two different worlds, similar fields. But like a weird way that like the physical security people kind of slightly overlap with the lockpicking, the rogues people, I should say, but has their own unique spin-off is lock puzzles, where you don't use any lockpicking equipment, but you have a padlock or something that's been modified so that they're a puzzle like a Rubik's Cube, and you have to use the thing that the lock is made out of in order to, it's usually you have to open it, and then you either have to close it or put it back together again, which is a puzzle inside of itself. And there's certain modifications that are done with the shackle and the lock body and stuff. And again, you can't use any lockpicking tools or bypassing tools because that would break the puzzle. I don't mean solve it. It would make the puzzle not work anymore. And these puzzles are usually expensive. So that's an example of a weird spin-off where it mainly exists under physical security, but it's not physical security as the way I described it with the bypassing and stuff, like directly, like in terms of application, like security. So pointing that out. So there was already like 3 villages at DEFCON. I can name them after the lockpickers, the physical security, aka bypassers, and the rogues. And there's many overlaps. So let's look at what's here. So the main lockpicking village at DEFCON was once again done by the Open Organizational Lockpickers, or TOOL. I'm going to copy pasta their website into chat so you can check them out. That is TOOL. That's tool with 3 O's.us. That's the US chapter. Tool originally started in Norway as a lockpicking guild, and it probably got spread, and to be honest, is probably the most popular in the United States. And I think there's a minor one in some European nations, and then there's, I think, a minor one in Australia, I think. There's a couple spin-off ones, but probably the most notorious ones is to some degree the one in the Netherlands, but probably most often there's Devant again, and Hobbs, who's like an old-timey lock picker and bypasser. But probably the most notorious one is the United States because they hit up all the major hacker cons. And they just recently redid their website, which is a lot more functionable, I will say. As I said here, their mission, let me just make sure that this is readable. Okay, it's mostly readable, so I don't have to zoom in. The mission, why is my nose getting all, ugh? It's probably because I don't have the air conditioner on. I have it off so you can hear me. Otherwise, I'd be screaming like this. The mission of the Open Organization of Lockpickers is to advance the general public knowledge about locks and lockpicking. By examining locked safes and other such hardware, and by publicly discussing our findings, we hope to strip away the mystery with which so many of these products are imbued. The more people know about lock technology, the better they are capable of understanding how and where certain weaknesses are present. This makes them well equipped to participate in sport picking endeavors, which is a subsection of this side of lock stuff, and also help them simply be better consumers in the marketplace, making decisions based on sound fact and research. The Open Organizational Lockpickers, or TOOL, is an international group of lockpicking enthusiasts dedicated to advancing the general public knowledge about locks and lockpicking through teachings, like me, research, and competition. TOOL is, in the United States, it's a 501c3 nonprofit organization with chapters in more than 20 states, including affiliate chapters in Canada. They also shout out a bunch of independent, because I know in the Midwest there's a lot of independent lock organizations. They announce them too. There's a whole membership thing. I'm also a member. We have a code of conduct, which, is basically just don't be a dick. Then the TOOL bylaws and like the whole ethics again here. Never pick or manipulate any lock that doesn't belong to you. aka don't pick locks that you don't own. Never disseminate knowledge of tools lockpicking to individuals you know or suspect would seek to employ such skills or equipment in a criminal manner, which is, I also say, why. Do not pick locks that you don't own, and don't pick locks that you don't rely on. It not only covers your ass legally and also your safety legally, like physically, but also my ass and safety, as well as the organization TOOL. Even though, again, this is not, even though I'm a TOOL member, this is not a TOOL sponsored or endorsed stream. If that day ever comes, I will announce that. And number 3, be mindful of the relevant laws concerning lockpicks and related equipment in any country, state, or municipality where you seek to engage hobbyist lockpicking. In New Jersey, as I always say when I do stuff, is that in New Jersey is pretty much mostly legal, but even in a state that is legal in the United States. Just be mindful that if police think you're suspicious, they will investigate you. As I always use the example of, imagine that, you know, you were gardening in your backyard and then you got your phone alert reminder that your child's softball game is over, is about to start. So you're going to meet up with them on the pitch. You pack some of their tools and drive off. And then let's say the police run your plates and they have a suspect for something, or maybe they're being dicks and they pull you over and they look in your car and they see a bag of fertilizer slash dirt, a baseball bat, and a shovel. What do you think they think you're going to do or have done? Exactly. And it's the same thing here. If you're in a building where they've done a crackdown, maybe they're doing like a drug crackdown and you don't own drugs, but because you're in the building, they investigate, or you get pulled over for a DUI suspect or whatever, and they find lockpicks on you, they're definitely going to think that you're lower than that. I will say that as an instructor, I usually have the opposite reaction when usually law enforcement finds out that I do lockpicking. They get really excited because now they want me to teach it to their precinct. I've especially got that from fire departments, and I've advised, and I've actually like have talked with fire departments, including in my local area, about, you know, not even just picks, but like, you know, knowing what type of shackles you're dealing with, so you know what buzz saws to use, which actually saved my ass back when I had the monoxide poisoning episode, if you remember that, things like that. But let's continue on with Tool. They used to have meetings. I don't know if any of them have returned because, as far as I understand, I like this all snazzy thing. And by the way, the padlock ones, those are the independent meetings from. That's another organization, Locksport International, and some of them are also held by like lock companies. But yeah, we used to have meetings physically, uh, both in. Let's find it here. We used to have one in Central New Jersey, um, and we used to have them in New York. But as far as I know, unless something's changed, none of the tool meetings have done meetings because not only is COVID still a thing, but now we have monkeypox, which is kind of worse for our organization because that spreads by direct skin to skin contact as well as the virus being on objects. So it's not airborne. Because at least with airborne, you can disinfect. You can do the same thing with monkeypox, but this is direct. So like our tools will literally, our lockpicking tools will literally be responsible for spreading that around. So even though that we do have a guide for COVID, that's kind of like the rage quit moment. So I think everyone's waiting for to be vaccinated and for this to turn an epidemic and for like less deaths to happen in order to meet up again, unless something's changed and no one has told me. Um, and now this is my favorite thing. It finally made the laws its own category. Like it used to be a hidden thing. You'd have to do /laws.html and it would appear. Now it's right as I kept requesting and a bunch of other people. Please put the lockpicking laws in the United States right on the menu option, and they've done it. And I'm actually going to repeat it here. This is a godsend resource if you're in the United States. I do know that there's another independent Australian group that has one for Australia. They have like a little booklet you can print out. But this is a godsend. This is what I always send to people when they're like, I don't know if it's legal in my state or what to expect. But this gives you a map that you can click on, and it will tell you what are kind of the law standings. So here in New Jersey, it says legal must show intent. New Jersey permit says burglar tools. Any person who manufactures or possesses any engine, machine, or tool or implement adapted design or commonly used committing a facility of an offense or offensive forcible entry to premises, knowing the same to be so adapted or commonly used with either a purpose to use or employ it. So here's the thing. From what they understand is you can legally carry lockpicks in New Jersey. As far as they know, remember, we're not lawyers and we're not lockpicking lawyers. I'm especially not lockpicking lawyer because I'm not that good. I know laws, but I'm not that good with laws, and especially in picking like he does. He's freaking god. Along with, it's like Deviant Olem and him. If they had a baby, that would be terrifying in both good and bad ways. Now I'm not gonna sleep tonight now just thinking about that. But anyhow, but in New Jersey, you can carry cases like this, but in order for this to be a criminal offense, you have to show intent. So you have to be either in process of a crime, particularly with burglary, or be like summoned to it. If you're being summoned to a court, even if you're innocent for breaking into someplace, and they find you own these, that will complicate things. But in terms of just carrying it, practicing it, should be legal unless the cops are dicks, which, you know, they're cops, so they probably are. Problem states, ironically enough, let's see here, are Nevada, which is hilarious because that's where Hacker Summer Camp is. We have all this lockpicking stuff physically there. So in Nevada, the possessor must have a counter prima facie evidence of intent. I don't know all the legalese for this, but from my understanding, that means it's kind of worse than New Jersey, which is funny because again, Hacker Summer Camp is it's in Nevada. It's Las Vegas, Nevada, and apparently it's worse than their laws are worse than the surrounding states. And then probably the nightmare zone is Tennessee because one, Tennessee itself is a nightmare zone. That's my personal opinion. I'm sorry. I've been to Tennessee multiple times, especially Nashville. It's like one of the fakest places I've ever been to, probably because of the country music there. But it says here, laws targeting rogue and scammer locksmiths are broadly written, and criminal possession of lockpicks by unlicensed persons, if said persons are seeking to earn money by defrauding the public. Use and demonstration of lockpicks appears to be legal if not done for profit. But again, you probably want to lawyer up if you're going to Tennessee, which I would say that in general. Also own a gun and a baseball bat and a restraining order. Like literally get a restraining order against the state of Tennessee itself. Tool also sells, which they, from my understanding, we're also selling at DEFCON itself. We're selling their own equipment and lockpicks. So the necessary nines. Honestly, probably most of this stuff is sold out because, from my understanding, every time it's DEFCON month and the month before DEFCON month, especially when they used to be at Hope and they're not anymore, all this stuff will sell out because this is all of their supply that they're bringing to Nevada, and it gets sold out at the cons. So that's why they're probably sold out. But they sell their own sets. This is the necessary nine. Remember back here during Black Hat, and they said 8-piece lockpicking set. I believe this is what they're talking about. So I don't know which piece they don't give that makes it 8 pieces instead of 9. They might be using the older tool sets. But for $30, which is a little bit on the pricey side, but you get what you pay for, but not by a lot, by like $3. You get some bottom of the keyway tension tools. These are the Z wrench, or as the British pronounce, the Z wrench shapes. They don't have any twist in them. They're not L's, they're Z's, so you can use both sides, and you might be able to file those down a bit to use them both as top of the keyway and bottom of the keyway. And it has a short hook, a steep hook, which is the short hook, but it goes on a bit further, so you can kind of reach around pins. A half diamond, flat reach around, which is very similar to the Attila. Mine's is way more flat. And then it has a 5-bump, a 4-bump, and a 5-bump because they're two different things here. They have a sinusoid and sinusoid, which is kind of like the staple of tool because Christina Palmer came up with that system. Let's see. Spoon curve, short hook, a medium hook for single pin picking, a half diamond, hybrid pricking, and a large and small sinusoid. It's not the sinusoid, the sinusoid for wave rakes for raking. So they don't give you a city rake or a Bogota. This is the Wicked Weaves, which is both a sinusoid and sinusoid with two different wavelengths, a 1/4 and 1/5. The 1/5 is apparently for smaller locks, and the 1/4 is for large lock keyways where you can drive a Mack truck through. They sell little emergency pick card sets, which I've gone through multiple iterations, and honestly, this is probably one of the best card sets you can pick. Their emergency pick set, by the way, is so good that it's in Lockpicking Lawyer's everyday carry. He has taken all these out, and he puts the loops here on like a fold out on his multi-tool, and that's what his normal pick set is. So like one of the best, if not one the best lockpicker of our generation, uses just that emergency card pick for that. Of course, they have the progressive trainers, a clear through lock, tubular pick, tubular training lock, which is one of the few places that actually makes tubular locks that are designed for training. I have one of them that was made by my mentor. It's awesome. I plan on getting like 2 more of those, maybe even 4 more of those. And a plug spinner, which, if you turn the doorknob the wrong way. So all this was probably sold at the Tool Lockmaking Village. But the last thing we're going to focus on with Tool, which is at DEFCON itself, is their schedule, which, because a lot of people who do lockpicks who are super into lockpicks are not that technologically advanced. Not all of them, but a bunch of them are, as well as just time and laziness. They just throw it into a Google Calendar. So they have lockpicking Friday. I mean, I think the tables usually open on Thursday when DEFCON starts, but Friday through Sunday, the meat of the con, they're there. So, multiple times throughout the day, they have the intro for lockpicking on Friday and Saturday, the 2 full days. They have it 3 times: morning, the middle of the day, and the afternoon. On Sunday, they only have it twice in the morning, and they'll last before it closes. And then they had a bunch of talks. Now, funny thing behind the scene, and I'm going to say this as a public thing. I don't know if I'm supposed to say it, but I'm going to say it. I was supposed to, wish I had my own ring light. Person who lives downstairs, my partner's sister has an O-ring light, but I'm pretty sure you can put up with my face here. So I was originally going to submit to do a talk at Tool this year for DEFCON. And I was going to do the talk that everyone in Tool and Lockpicking has wanted me to do. And this is sort of a sneak peek because I'll put it this way. I couldn't make the deadline. I couldn't make the hope. The email to volunteer where you get basically a free room and stuff got lost in my email. Plus, that was a really busy time in my life due to multiple personal stuff that I'm not going to go into on the stream. I'm okay now for the most part. Mental health check. And of course, I'm staying hydrated in the most bootleg way possible. I'm actually going to grab that drink later on. But unfortunately, what really killed it was I thought maybe I could do the talk virtually. And this year, all the Tool talks were in person. Like, even if they live streamed it, it was in person at the con. And so what happened was is that I basically decided I'm going to submit it next year, and I'm probably going to, yeah, I'll probably be, you'll probably see me around the con, but I'm going to do a decent chunk of volunteering, at least a decent chunk at the Tool Lockpicking Village, and of course I also plan on doing lockpicking throughout the entire con. Even if you see me at DEF CON, I'll probably be just randomly, even when I'm chilling out, I'm probably going to be doing lockpicking, and if you approach me and be like, hey, I've always wanted to learn from you in person, I'll do it right there with the most safety precautions possible because we'll probably have like lung dick disease or something next year because the American public is fucking awful. But I'll give you a sneak peek about what my talk is. This is the talk that everyone has wanted me to do. I almost did it for the DEF CON villages, but one I thought I would save it for next year, specifically for DEF CON. I might do a trial run at Hope, but we'll see. Like a sneak preview of it at Hope. No, this will be for next year, so there'll be no hope. No hope. There we go. But real talk. This is the talk that everyone's been wanting me to do, and talk is going to be about if they accept it next year. I think they will, but I'm just saying they might not accept it. Who knows? But the talk I'm going to send in is about how to teach people how to pick locks, because I'm going to be dead honest. I like that Tool makes it their thing, at least in New York and New Jersey, that every registered Tool member, if you attend a meeting and you haven't done the intro to lockpicking slide deck that they also use at DEF CON and their other cons, as they say in the abstract here, new to lockpicking, haven't picked in a year, need a refresher, don't know what a half diamond, don't know a half diamond from a turner. This talks for you, Jordan, knowledgeable village volunteers, as we walk you through the very basics of lockpicking, how to hold your tools, the theories behind the techniques that make lockpicking possible. I'm glad that they make their members do this, but I can tell you right now, a lot of people, and especially I've noticed a lot of the people, not all of them, like Lock Noob in particular, should be given, if we ever do Lock Con again, because we haven't done one in years, even before the pandemic, Lock Noob should be given an award for just he covering all the beginner stuff in an easy, digestible way. Where again, a lot of the, I mean, I had to figure some things out on my own, but a lot of the stuff that when I started Dimple Locks, his advice for Dimple Locks, and I'm going to highlight one when I get to it, was extremely valuable to me. That helped a ton. So just like whether you're experienced but you're learning a new type of thing with lockpicking, or you're dealing with a lockpicking product that you haven't dealt with before, to just people who again don't know the difference between a half diamond from a turner, Lock Noob is amazing with that. But a lot of people in lock sport do not know how to teach their own skills or pass down their knowledge. So I've been working on a talk for now. It's going to be about a year. By the time it reaches DEF CON, if they accept, it'll be for 2 years. That's going to go through, in general, teaching methodologies. The fact that people have multiple different ways of learning. These are actual things that real college professors and school teachers actually use. How to apply that to lockpicking, and particulars of teaching lockpicking, including corrections and some stuff that we really should update at Tool, that helps students learn.
So it's basically teaching the teachers, as someone who teaches this a lot and has been told and has been demonstrated apparently that I'm really good at it. So hopefully I'm going to submit that early next year. They'll say yes. I'll be in Vegas and I will teach this at Tool. Maybe I'll do it multiple times if there's a gap, but it's usually you're given one talk. So that will be my talk. And it'll be neat because a lot of times these talks are either for super enthusiasts who are learning a particular thing, or they're for just, Patrick Starr with a 2x4 nailed to his head. You don't really have one that's directed at the Tool members and the lockpickers themselves as a whole. So that's kind of interesting. But they do the intro to lockpicking multiple times throughout the day. And then there's the really specific talks. So let's see this one. This one's called Medico Cam Lock Exploit, an old attack made new again. Rethinking a 100-year-old exploit, this talk will be describing and demonstrating an awesome attack, one of the most used high security locks in the country. From what I understand, I think this person might have figured out how to insert a camera into a wide key Medico lock and be able to figure out the bidding that way. I'm not sure exactly what the thing is because I'm that dumb, but that's a talk I would have wanted to see. I actually hope there's at least going to be YouTube videos of this. I'm actually going to peek into a moment at their Twitch channel because they may have streamed a bit on Twitch, and if they have anything saved, we might be able to see something here. The least secure biometric lock on Earth. If I was attending Hope, this would probably be my most hyped talk myself. It says, this is by Seth. I'm just going to call you Seth because if I try to pronounce your last name, I will have disgraced my family. They should demonstrate how to defeat a biometric padlock via a USB with a laptop or with your bare hands or maybe even with a DEFCON badge. And considering how advanced DEFCON badges and that they were musical this year, which I thought was amazing. God, I wish I had one of those. That's going to be fun. This while flipping through products, biometric lock caught my attention. It mentioned a backup Morse code feature by unlocking it. A series of oh god, this is terrible. A series of 6 short or long presses suggesting there are only 64 possible keys. Surely it couldn't be that easy, but wait, there's more. If I had another backup, it has another backup unlock feature, a USB port and an app that can unlock it with a pin with a default pin set for bonus stupidity. Yay! A lot of people don't change those defaults. I had a feeling this was just the tip of the iceberg of the terrible security iceberg. I will demonstrate how to defeat this lock with some simple tools with just your bare hands and with a USB attack. And as I said, with the DEFCON badge, because it's musical, maybe you can modify it to make those Morse code tones that would open it. So basically, you're kind of phone freaking a lock. That's really insane. I really hope there's video or a transcript of that. That would be absolutely amazing. And again, even though this is Tool, they're usually more focused on pin picking. This does have a lot of, this is probably the most bypassing elements that you would normally see at the physical security village or the bypassers. So that's kind of fascinating. Again, nothing is set. It's kind of like gender in reality, where like things overlap even when they don't intend. There was also a neat talk by Patrick McNeil called The Right Way to Do Wrong, Physical Security Secrets of Criminals and Professionals Alike. In 1905, Harry Houdini wrote his first book entitled The Right Way to Do Wrong, which he divulged into lockpicking and other trade secrets of criminals. Yes, that's a book that I've also wanted on my shelf. I think you can basically get it for free online, but I want a physical one that sits there so I can look like an asshole being like, look how much I read. Now let's go. Let's get laid. People make assumptions on how schemes work and believe them to be complicated. Yet, in many cases, the insider knows how simple they are. This was true of me. And by the way, here's a dirty secret. While Night Owl has been my mentor and for years and even a friend way longer than those lockpicking years, the person who actually taught me how to pick a lock, and because of his advice, I was able to pick my first lock, was Dark Sim 905. I know, it's awful. I plead the fifth like Donald Trump did, but for real, this was during a time where while there was some questionable things about him, I didn't know his background. Nobody knew the extent of his background, even if they did know pieces of his background. This was back when he was just kind of a weird guy and didn't just fuck everything up horribly, especially for other people. So I just want to put that out there. But what I mean by that is that when he taught me how to do lockpicking, and I will also say the rabbit from Tool, New Jersey helped out a lot too, and we're still good colleagues. I thought like I knew about you do the tension and you move stuff with the pick, but I thought you were doing like math in your head. I thought you were like using like you would look at the type of lock and there would be like a certain set of math equations for that brand of lock, and that you would have to like do a math equation that would tell you a number which would tell you how much or how little to push that pin up in that section of the lock to do it. And when I just learned that it's just you look for the pin that's stuck and you push it until it's not stuck anymore and you keep doing that it opens, I felt like a fucking idiot because I realized, like most people, and this is how I now understood why people think this way with computers, I made it way more complicated than it actually was. So that sentence, where people make assumptions on how schemes work and they believe they're really complicated when they're not, happened to me. And people think I'm this genius instructor, which I taught many people from 5 years old to 95 years old how to pick locks. That's how I started off. Let's continue. Most people assume that besides tailgating and social engineering, real break-ins or physical security testing are all about picking locks. However, the secret is that on physical pen tests, it's typically unnecessary to do that. Some physical controls have known bypasses. Some building contractors, even locksmith, don't implement things correctly. Just like Houdini, I'll be divulging in the simple tricks of the trade employed by both criminals and professional physical pen testers to bypass physical control systems without using lockpicks. So this is interesting because this you would expect this talk at the physical security village. Maybe it is, because we'll have to look when we get there. But this is at the tool village. Again, that overlap. You may be shocked and amazed by what you see, and once you leave, you'll be an insider too, seeing insecurity everywhere, which is very true. Eventually, you just start seeing you become a hammer and everything's a nail. And you try to control that because that's not technically true all the time, but that's the whole thing. Handcuffs, how do they work? High level explanation on how handcuffs actually work inside. Done. That's also going to be a future episode. I'm hoping for November or December, Master of Unlocking. Metal and Fire. This is from, again, Deviant Olem, the guy who literally wrote the book on lockpicking, a really good colleague of mine, used to run Tool, really great guy. He's been blabbing about this for the past month, and it is really awesome, called Metal and Fire, Copying Keys via Mold and Cast Tactics. You've seen lockpickers open doors by manipulating pins. Such tactics rely on ownership of pick tools and knowledge of how to use them. You may have also witnessed hackers demonstrate the art of impressioning, such as techniques requiring to work a blank key that can be hand filed into a correct shape in order for facility entry, which is something that he and his colleagues teach at the Black Hat Physical Penetration and Electronic Access Control Hacking training by Red Team Alliance, I might add. Now, have you ever seen a key fabricated before your eyes from nothing at all? With a raw ingot of metal ore, heated from flame, and some subversive skill, it's possible to recreate almost any key, no matter how obscure, via molding and casting. That's what this presentation entails. Keys will be created using raw metal and fire. So this is literally the most metal fucking talk one of the most metal fucking talks at DEFCON. It might even be the most metal talk literally at DEFCON, but not in a forgery or foundry. This is a tactic that can be employed in the field by covert entry types who want a way to gain repeated access without having to carry around key blanks and specific tools for every brand of lock, which is actually one of the reasons why we don't use bump keys a lot. When you're casting a key from nothing, virtually any kind of mechanical lock becomes a valid target. So that's probably would be, if there was a keynote, I bet that would probably be the keynote. Dozer Drill Tournament. Have you ever wanted to break out of handcuffs, pick open a closed bag, and shoot your buddy in the chest with a Nerf gun? So have we, which is why Tool has presented the Dozer Drill. This sounds like so Deviant introduced this whole game at DEF CON, a bunch of other cons. It was called the Gringo Warrior. And what I'm imagining, and I understand why. I'm not against it. I'm not for it. But there might be a lot of offenses, especially by the Spanish-speaking community, of using the word gringo. So they changed it and probably modified a bunch of other things just to make things more interesting in terms of the game itself, called the Dozer Drill. So if you ever did the Gringo Warrior, this is his successor, the Dozer Drill. A fast-paced, skill-based game where you have to free yourself from handcuffs, open a closed bag, and retrieve the Nerf gun to be the first to hit the target. Join us through the con for unofficial games on Saturday for an official bracket tournament. I wish I could enter that. Fun fact, there is I always tell people, if you think the American hacker cons are insane, you need to go to a hacker con in any other fucking country. Any other country, especially in Europe. But any other country, it's way more insane. So if you think dozer drill tournament is insane, where you have to break out of handcuffs, open a closed bag, and retrieve the Nerf gun, maybe there's a lock on the gun itself, and hit the target, there is a convention in Poland called Confidence, capital C-O-N, like a convention, Fidence. And at least for a while, they used to be in an old hotel, meaning that hotel was not operational. They could control every floor of it. They owned that building temporarily. And in the basement, they had their own version of this game, but it literally played like real life Counter Strike. You were put into multiple teams, and you had to go around in body armor with paintball guns. And you're in the basement. It's a giant maze. It looks like a fucking Call of Duty Warzone shit, right? I'm not even kidding. And you basically went around and you had to pick locks on doors and bypass them and turn off security cameras in real time, and break into servers and terminals remotely and stuff like that. But you could disable team members or have your own team members be disabled by being shot with paintball blasts that you also have to dodge. So you also have to tactically know how to do firearm training and gunfights. So it's not to shine the dozer drill, but just to note that I'm pretty sure a lot of Europeans were probably half asleep because they have like actual fucking lockpicking Counter-Strike in their country. So just putting it out there. I would have loved to enter that. But then please deposit 30 cents. A history of payphone locks that lead to one of the most secure locks ever made. We take a look at patents and lock models from payphones throughout the years, leading up to WE30C and beyond. This is presented by nothing, absolutely nothing, with a cross out O. There's been talks like this for a while of different. A lot of the lock stuff had to do with like phone companies and payphones. There's another that has to do with the U.S. Postal Service, but because they're more relevant, we usually don't cover them because they actually have to confiscate shit. Just to note. But yeah, I used to be a phone freak. I did red boxing. I did prank calls. I figured out numbers that are unlisted without having a direct access to the unlisted numbers that like advanced phone freaks had. I had to guesstimate them by examining how phone numbers were structured in my phone book and social engineering on the phone, things like that. So I used to be a phone freak. I'm part of the Phone Losers of America, after all. Not the OG, but now definitely one of the more olders than the people who came after. I have a Phone Losers of America book in my storage unit, and yeah, so this would definitely interest me. And then on Sunday they had, oh wow, this is getting later than I thought. So because I know the Dimple Locks section is going to be a lot shorter. We're probably going to stream until at least 1 a.m. By the way. That's why I'm so sorry you have to suffer through this crappy camera. But safe cracking for everyone! Yay! We're eventually going to do safe cracking. I actually hope to do safe cracking in December. I'm going to get Sparrow's training safe. This is by Jared Digert. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. Thank you, Jared. He brought me to Jared. I think that's the gay meme that everyone uses in New York. Went to Jared's. That's the meme. QueerCon says hi. Safe cracking is more obscure art of lockpicking or locksport, I should say. Yeah, locksport. See, I made the goof. More obscure art of locksport, and this talk will cover types of safe locks, how they work, and how to defeat them. I think that's something that everyone who wants to get into intermediary lock stuff should look at. Doors, cameras, and man traps. Oh my! By the way, I've been to a lot of bars there called the Man Trap. But this is by Dylan Backlor. Again, I'm sorry if I fucked up your last name. My last name, I'm not going to say it, but it's a really common English name, and people manage to mispronounce it all the time. So, not English as in England, but like English as in the language. In general, a high level talk about practical physical security assessment. That seems cool. And then finally, I'm going to do it. I'm going to Shatner this, okay? The why of lockpicking. The why of lockpicking. I hope that's how they said this, by the way. This is done by Christopher Forte, who is also known as Is an ID No Cookies. I guess that's his Twitter name, maybe. And his talk is, why would you possibly need to know that? And couldn't you just break the lock? Are two of the more common questions I get when discussing lockpicking or various bypasses. I should know. At first glance, many see lockpicking as nefarious and largely unnecessary hobby. Funny enough, I rarely get the later, I get a lot of the former. But whether you are a lock sport enthusiast, security researcher, emergency responder, or just someone who enjoys puzzles, or just some plain guy from Montana, lockpicking can be a constructive and useful skill to learn. This talk aims to show how diverse community is and explore some of the many reasons why we engage this hobby and try to give some answers to why we practice lockpicking. Funny enough, this talk reminds me of another talk I was going to submit to DEFCON if I was going. I'm going to submit it again next year. So in addition to the how to teach lockpicks, I want to submit because I was honored to do a virtual lockpicking training that was freely available and you can find a video of it on YouTube for Blacks in Cybersecurity. They're an amazing group of people. I need to get back and contact them because I've just been so busy with life stuff, to be honest. That's why I highlighted them in our guide and retweeted them and stuff. But when I was doing that, apparently it was one of like the best workshops. They told me that was one of the best workshops they ever had, and we had a ton of questions. And one of the first questions, and I loved it, someone was like, I don't mean to sound like a dick. It means they're gonna sound like a dick. No, for real. I get where they were coming from because they didn't want it. They didn't want to seem like they were an asshole because we were typing in tests. But they asked, "How is lockpicking relative to cybersecurity?" And so, hopefully next year, I'll also be able to do a talk at Blacks in Cybersecurity about. It's going to be kind of a combination talk of one, how knowledge of lockpicking, even as just a hobby, can help you legitimately better, not only further your cybersecurity career, um, but also teach you stuff that you can apply to your job in cybersecurity. Like, and I'm not talking about that you'll actually pick the locks of the server room you're working on. I'm talking about like security concepts that, again, I'm actually even going to use this in the talk. There's a video game that's a guilty pleasure of mine called Enter the Matrix, and there's a character called the Keymaker. Personal favorite character of mine from the Matrix because I'm one of those weirdos that likes all three movies. No, I said all three movies. Matrix, Eve Reloaded, Revolutions, Resurrections does not exist. I'm sorry. Don't mean to be mean to Lana, but it's the only Wachowski movie I don't like, by the way, is that. I'm sorry. Don't hate it. Just was not for me. For multiple reasons. But that character has a thing in that video game where they talk about they were in the programmer's hallway. Long story, but they were like, "Where are we?" And he says, "Think of the Matrix like a building. Its programming is based on multiple levels of substructure. It's how it's able to escape." And that's very true. A lot of concepts that people digitally use for security are actually basically facsimiles of stuff in physical security, just done in a digital realm. This is why, for example, when we talk about encryption, they're encryption keys. You encrypt and decrypt. In fact, Locksport back in the like 1700s, 1500s to 1700s is where we get the term full disclosure from. So if you've ever did a bug bounty on full disclosure, that comes from physical security. It's the exact same way how in early film during the silent era, they didn't have really terminologies like common film terminology we know today, like, busboy and camera lenses and stuff like that. So a lot of the early stuff was basically based on stage plays, and they used the same terminology as stage plays, including the stage, set dressing, makeup, wardrobe. This is stuff from stage theater because that was its closest analog before film came. Same thing with cybersecurity. A lot of their closest analogs was the thousands of years we've done physical and lock security and building security. So I want to talk about, I don't want to make all about me about this, but I want to do a talk for Black and Cybersecurity of one to answer that question fully of why someone in the professional area of hacking, cybersecurity, and infosec would need to or should learn lockpicking and what they can learn from it. And two, kind of touch a little bit because it is Black in cybersecurity of the particulars about learning lockpicking while Black, because you can basically take any subject and add while Black, and you've automatically changed the connotation to it. And as someone who is half Black, boy, I've had experiences good and bad with that. So that's that. We're gonna move on to the bypass village, but to be honest, I need to blow my nose and I need to rehydrate. So I'm going to once again post the link to the charity donation we're doing to Tiltify. You can also scan the QR code in the lower left-hand corner. That's your left. As well as if you're on Twitch, you can donate $1 or $5 or $100 or whatever you want. All the money is going to go to the National Abortion Federation, which is an amazing charity that fights both legally and boots on the ground the abortion rights, which are privacy and security rights overall. I need to just take a short break where I rehydrate, clear out my nose, piss, stretch my knuckles, cry in a corner, and we're going to cover the last two things, the bypass, what was known as the bypass village is now the security village, and the rogues village, and then we're going to go straight into the Dimple Locks, which is probably what everyone was waiting for, and how I can open them now. Hopefully, it'll open on cam on this shitty camera. Might repeat it again for a future episode on a better camera, by the way. But we're going to look into that, and I'm going to tell people stuff that I had to learn that no tutorial didn't tell me about how to actually open these Dimple Locks, and how I learned it myself, and tell you what I learned so you don't fall into the same pitfalls that I did. Okay? So listen to the music. I will be right back. It'll probably take me like 3 minutes max. So we'll be back with more DEFCON coverage and Dimple Locks. So enjoy.
side, straight down the highway, right into the sky. I'll go crazy. I know you can save me. I'll go crazy. I know you can save me. I wanna fly away with you by my side, straight down the highway, right into the sky. I'll go crazy. I know you can save me. I'll go crazy. I know you can save me.
And we are back. Go back to desktop mode here. Sorry, it took a little bit longer. There was someone using the bathroom at the time, so I had to wait a little bit. So, let's do a quick recap. Besides my awesome lock shirt, lock shirt, about what we are doing here. So we've been, after I did a bunch of bleh in the beginning, especially with all the technical difficulties, we have been so far covering. I just put my drink in a dumb place. We've been covering all this stuff, all the lock sport stuff, and lockpicking stuff going on at Hacker Summer Camp. I stupidly put my drink somewhere. Where did it's over there? Because I am dumb. See, I only have brains right now for doing this live stream and nothing else. I can tell you that. Hey, get to see my funky Playboy pajama bottoms right here. There we go. So we've been covering all of that, and there was a lot. The reason why I didn't do my other show, Crypto Barons, yesterday, one, because I was already doing a talk at the DEFCON Group's VR Village, but the other thing is that, wow, was there a lot, and I mean a lot, of lock sports stuff this year. Holy crap. So we covered all the major cons for Hacker Summer Camp. That's just in Vegas. So we talked about the lockpicking village that is done. I don't know who does it, but there's a lockpicking village that's done at B-Sides Las Vegas. Starts the whole thing off. Then there was a whole training that Deviant Olam and friends at the Red Group were doing for physical building security. And we talked about DIA initiatives with the amazing people at Locksport Extreme, all those amazing ladies and femmes and minorities doing their own lockpicking village, both virtually and in person, which is really hard to do. Then we covered the meat and potato of like the DEFCON, where there's three main villages, kind of representing the three main groups of lockpickers. And we mainly covered the Open Organization Lockpickers, or TOOL, and their lockpicking village, which mainly focuses a lot of talks that weren't lockpicking itself, but that's kind of their bread and butter, is the single pin picking. And now we're going to get into what used to be called the Bypass Village, and they just expanded and are now called the Physical Security Village. And this might be a bit hard to read because it's green text on a black background in such a way that might make it sound. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Hopefully you'll be able to read it. So it's right here. Welcome to the Physical Security Village. I love how low tech they redid it here. Hacking doors, locking hardware, elevators, alarm systems, surveillance, and physical world around you. Formerly known as Restart. Formerly known as a lock. Let's drink the phlegm. And no, I'm sober too, so. Formerly known as the Lock Bypass Village, the Physical Security Village, or PSV, not to be confused with the PlayStation Vita, is a security awareness initiative that makes appearances at security conferences and other education functions, including DEFCON. Follow them on Twitter.
and sometimes they stream stuff on Twitch. We'll check all the potential Twitch stuff later. So, them at DEF CON, they were open Friday through Sunday, and they were located basically, and it's funny because I debated about putting this in the lockpick village, the lockpicking section, but at least all of these have to do with locks and like mechanical physical security. They kind of put all the physical stuff in one corner this year. So in the main area where the contests were at the Summit Ballroom, uh, they put all the physical stuff. So you had the physical security village, which was nested inside the lockpicking village that was next to their distant cousin, the tamper evidence village. One of these days, despite this being the lockpicking show, I might do an episode about tampering evidence, where you bypass like package seals and stuff that's supposed to like be like safety stuff for envelopes and things like that. We might cover that, and because I'm very green to it, I might either learn it in person with all of you and or have an expert in that field teach that. I have a funny story about, by the way, the Temper Evidence Village that happened at the Tribeca Film Festival back when DEFCON sponsored it for 2 years, but that's a whole other story. So they had a bunch of talks, and they had a bunch that repeated. They had their Bypass 101 talk, which got repeated multiple times. Oh, interesting. So, hold on. Information page. Okay, so let's find that. Okay, here we are. So the Bypass 101 thing is the talk that you probably have also seen live in DEF CON Safe Mode, and we've covered before. It's covered by Karen Nig, who's someone who I met at A New Hope finally, and she was amazing. I hope to meet her at DEF CON next year. Was they right? There's loads of ways to get through the door without actually attacking the lock itself, including using egress hardware, access control hardware, countless other techniques to gain entry. Learn the basics in this talk. And Karen, who's by the way Karen Nig, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing her last name. She is the only Karen that anyone likes. Ha! I'm pretty sure she's heard that joke many times, but she's always been eager to spread awareness of physical security vulnerabilities. She works with GGR Security as a security risk advisor. Amazing person. But that was repeated throughout most of the day. Like every beginning of the day, start off with Bypass 101. And then you had Poding alarm wires. First, you get an overview of all the hardware and systems involved in access control doors and alarm systems, such as the one that they did with the Amber Alert for DEF CON, which was its own circus, and a multitude of attack vectors to defeat them. Then you try your hands at a number of these attacks using our physical displays and online games. The old physical security website, back when it was called the Bypass Village, we tried one of these online games in previous cons when we did the live stream coverage of them, and that's always been neat. It's done by Bill Graydon. Then you had another thing that repeated, which is RFID hacking 101. Ever wonder how those... God, do I have a new mosquito bite? Yes, I do. Joy. Ever wonder how the cards you use to enter your hotel room or the key fobs that you use at your car work, like the hotels at the Caesar's Palaces that DEF CON's at, or Melinda Bay where Black Hat's at, or the Tuscany where B-Sides is at? And how vulnerabilities in their design and implementation can be exploited. Find out all that out. More on this talk. That's done by Edge F. I'm bad at names. I'm sorry. And to continue on with RFID hacking 101, poning RFID from 6 feet away. Traditionally, RFID badge cloning methods require you to be within 3 feet of your target. If you've ever used an amiibo on Nintendo Switch or a Skylander from back in the day, I used to collect those. Or if you were really crazy, Disney Infinity, then you know what I'm talking about. So, how can you conduct a physical penetration test and clone a badge if you must stay at least 6 feet away from a person? Over the past 2 years, companies have increasingly adapted a hybrid work environment, allowing employees to partially work remotely, which has decreased the amount of foot traffic in and out of the building at any given time, especially during COVID. This session discusses 2 accessible entry-level hardware designs that you can build in a day and deploy in the field, along with the tried and true social engineering techniques that can increase your chances of remotely cloning an RFID badge. Lanson and Dan discuss their red team adventures and methods that can be used beyond a social distancing era. This presentation is supplemented with files and instructions that are available for download in order for you to build your own standalone gooseneck reader and wall implant devices. And this is done by Lanston Clement, aka Shock, and Daniel Gorda at Bad Characters on Twitter. Actually, underscore Bad Characters Twitter, because you can't have normal hacker handles anymore. So yeah, no, that's RFID craziness. That's been a thing, especially with businesses and with social. I'm gonna say social engineering, that too, but with social distancing. That's social engineering distancing or social distancing engineering. I swear I'm not high. But yeah, that's been increasingly being used by business along with cryptographic methods on top of that. I think that's it. Especially if you're probably there and you learn the RFID hacking 101, you can go right into the pwning from 6 feet away. Let me just check something here. Okay, I think we're good. And oh, by the way, again, like I said, we're raising money still for the National Abortion Federation, which fights both legally and boots on the ground the right for people with uteruses and vaginas to have abortions, as well as because of the abolishing of Roe v. Wade by our terrible SCOTUS, abusing a ton of our privacy rights that even have nothing to do with people who have uteruses. Like, you can have a peen and you're still affected by this horrifically. You can donate to them at the link we post. We also have a QR code in the left-hand corner of the screen on this broadcast, as well as if you're on Twitch, you can click and you scroll down and there's our Tiltify widget. Click. Tiltify is what we use to handle all the donations. We don't touch any of the money. They're a professional and reputable organization that deals with charity funds. If you donate in the same way how you can follow us on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube, you get a notification for follows and especially donations, and we cheer you on. If you follow us, we cheer you on. If you donate, we worship you during the entire stream. Even if you donate $1, every little bit counts. And even if we don't meet our $400 goal, let's say for some reason it's still $30 all the way to the end, all that money is still going to go to the National Abortion Fund. I'll also say alternatively, if you're too skeevy about abortions for this stream, you could donate to the Girl Hack Village, because unfortunately they had their stuff semi-accidentally robbed from their booth today at the last day of DEFCON. It's not a slag against DEFCON itself. Stuff happens, but that really sucks. So you might want to also donate $1 or $5 to that lovely organization, which is their first time at DEFCON, and they want to come back. And that's the only way they're going to come back, is if they had the money that they were going to use for the wares they were going to sell. So, but let's continue on with the Physical Security Village. We have Physical Security Bypass Talk by the Red Team Wins. I think that's how you pronounce that. Skipping lockpicking and discussing other elements of physical security. Come and learn about the evolution of modern physical security and what you can do to attack and defend common systems. We will briefly review terminology and legality before exploring a wide variety of modern security devices and bypasses. Plenty of tricks and tips along the way. Seems like a successor to Bypasses 101. Another repeat one, especially if you remember the ye old Deviant Ollam and Sir Howard Payne talk that they did at multiple cons, including at Hackers on Planet Earth and DEF CON, is Elevators 101, also done by Karen, the only Karen that we actually like. Elevator floor lockouts are often used as an additional or the only layer of security. That's very true. There's literally, as Deviant and Howard Payne said in their talk, a setting that it's a security setting where basically the elevator is only stuck on the first 2 floors and it will not go to the upper floors, just in case like zombies or like a right-wing militia mob attacks or something. And they can lock everyone, so everyone on the first floor suffers, but no one on the upper floor suffer because they're rich assholes. This talk will focus on how to hack elevators for purposes getting to locked out floors, including using special operating modes, tricking the controllers into taking you there, and hoistway entries. I want to do a little side tangent here where Sparrows... This really excited me because I thought this will never come back. I thought they permanently took this down. I guess this was a supply problem. But let's scroll down. Did they also redo their website? Holy shit, I think they redid their website too. Yeah, they redid their website. Holy shit. So, let's see if it's in here. I think it might be under tactical, maybe. Let's search all under tactical. No, it's not here. Shit, do they have a search? Hold on. Here we go. I thought I would never see these again. They're now back in stock. They're a little expensive for my taste, but I still want these, even though I could probably have one of my colleagues make them for me. This is Sparrow's custom set of fire service and elevator keys by Sparrow's. I'll actually put the link in the chat, and then I'll repaste the charity link again. Hello, Coatmint on D Live. Welcome to here. I don't know if you followed us, but we still stream on D Live. We still believe in the service and stuff. So if you, we're also raising money for again the National Abortion Federation, because even if you aren't a lady or someone with a uterus, this still affects you because overturning Roe versus Wade allows the government to spy on you more than normal, and that's every citizen, regardless if you have a uterus or not. So I'm going to post the link again in the chat. But if you are on D Live and you want to follow us, we'll get the notification for that and cheer you on. If I missed it, thank you for following us on D Live. But yeah, as I posted in chat before I posted the charity link again, Sparrows now once again sells their fire service elevator keys, which is the most common and requested North American elevator keys. So this won't work in Mexico or in Europe or something. But not only it's not a complete set, it only covers the most common keys and major elevator manufacturers suppliers. I imagine these keys would be kind of important to some degree to the Elevator 101 talk. I wonder if they're even brought up in that of like which keys. They probably are, but I don't know. So again, a lot of things repeat, except on the second day, I believe they now do a talk called Bypass 102. And so it says, now that you're familiar with the techniques used to bypass locks and some door installations, come and learn the remediations for these common bypasses. In this talk, you will learn how to protect against hardened attacks, such as under the door attack, latch slipping, and more. I'll give you a hint for the under the door attack. Stick a towel underneath. Or just like a plastic lining so it's hard to stick. Anyhow, yeah, so I guess if bypass 101 is the red teaming part, the bypass 102 is actually the blue teaming part, where it's like, now that you know how you can attack these, let's say now you want to fortify your building security, here's how to do it. The least secure biometric lock on Earth. Remember we were talking about that, and we said that seems more of a bypass. I remember I said that might also be at the price of what? Yep, he did it again. They did it again. Seth is also talked about it at the physical security village. So I guess there'll be 2 sets of videos for that. That'll be interesting. Again, there's a lot of repeats throughout their schedule, which is good because not everyone has the same time scheduling, especially on different days. Forcible Entry 101 is a new one. Learn about, this is by Bill Graydon again, and it's learn about common methods of forcible entry employed by firefighters, police, military, locksmith, and criminals, and try some yourself. That's pretty cool. And that seems to be actually the last one. So lots of repeats, but again, I like that they do repeat talks. Again, not everyone has the same schedule. Like I might be super busy on Saturday, but I might be free Friday morning. So yeah, I could see Bypass 101 and poning alarm wires, and then later on I could come back on Saturday afternoon to see part of elevator hacking, and then get forcible entry before the con ends. I like that. It's really neat. And then finally, before we get into Dimple Locks, we have our third group of relatives here. The Rogues Village. This is done by Four Suits Co. So there's a kind of a famous internet personality. He's technically a magician, but he likes all sorts of things. He calls himself a modern rogue. In fact, I think that's the name of his company, and also like his persona, called Brad Bushwood. And you can learn a lot of like cool pool tricks. And by the way, a lot of people have tried to guess that Sidepocket is something from pool. And while I do play pool and I like pool and snookers, and I know a bunch of different like cool like tricks, including tricks to how to scam people on bets at pool. That's actually not where the name comes from, but it's a really good guess. If anyone wants to guess it, yes sir, I love you. Aw, thank you, Cutman. Again, I don't know if you did the I don't know if you didn't follow us or you followed us already, but whether you've already followed us or you just followed us and for some reason I didn't get the memo, thank you if you did follow us for doing that. We also accept lemons. We do cash out lemons, and I missed the days during the treasure box where you could randomly give out lemons to people. That was always really fun. I really missed that. But let's get back to this with the rogue. So again, we covered Tool, which more focuses on pin picking and lock sport. And we have the Physical Security Village, which focuses on bypassing and alarm systems. And then you have the Rogues, done by Four Suits and head by Brad Bushwood. And as I said, Rogues Village is a place. Let me just make sure you can read all of this. I'll zoom in a tiny bit more. Rogues Village, 200 max. is a place to explore alternative approaches and uses for existing security concepts by looking to a non-traditional aspects of knowledge. I love how they highlight that. Incorporating expertise from the world of sleight of hand, con games, espionage, and advantage play, this village has a special emphasis on social engineering, physical security, and playful mischief. Basically, imagine DEFCON run by stage magicians, and that's basically what you're getting here. And I don't mean that as a diss. That's literally it. A lot of people in here are like, they advise places on like scams, and they're stage magicians and stuff like that. But I think it's a really cool aspect. It covers a lot of multiple desperate disciplines, and it unites certain things that you would never think to mix together. So they have their own OSINT CTF challenge this year. They were on the Link Q third floor. I like that they have a map like right here. It seems to be a common thing with the villages now, is that they have their own section of the map that they highlight, so that way people don't get confused. They had a bunch of different stuff that are unrelated to lockpicking. They had the pickpockets learning as a workshop. Although, by the way, all the workshops here you have to pre-reg for, so you can't just show up to Rogue's Village and get it. You had to register, because a lot of times you also get special tools and stuff. Um, and and this is where you learn how pickpocket people and steal stuff out of their pockets. Catch the cheat presentation. Let's see. Watch members of the rogue staff try to fool you with an elaborate series of gambling situations and sleights. Can you be the one to catch the cheat? I'd love to play that, because I have a lot of magician friends, and I always kill their like. There's a running joke that some of my magician friends do not invite. This is not real, because I do go to their shows, but they don't invite me to their shows at like the Slipper Room and shit like that, because like if I'm there and I have the mic, I will point out how the trick works. Like I could just tell usually visually by looking at it what they've done, or like where they've hid the object or whatever. It's always hilarious. That doesn't mean I don't enjoy the sleight of hand. I do. It's similar to locks, where I more enjoy the mechanical nature of how it works, kind of a bit more than just the ignorant magical knowledge of how this works. I think my phone died. That fucking sucks. Um, then there's the false dealing thing, which is card manipulation. Secrets of an Advantage player from the amazing RX Gamble, which basically they teach you how to use math in order to pwn casino games with an advisor. Please don't do that at the actual casino hotel that you're in. And then probably what we're really looking at, these two things, the last workshop and the one I wish I could attend, is they were the only village and the only lock sport thing that focused on DIY restraint breaking. I mean, Tool, had the what is this here? The handcuffs, and how do they work? Um, but this is the only one where, as I said, and you can bring your own, but what they use is you can use a high tension Kevlar thread, concealable handcuff keys, zip cuffs, and handcuffs. It says actually common restraints by a variety of matters. This practice skill with a buddy or restraint breaking table anytime you like. And beyond handcuffs, there's also those like zip ties. There's a physical method of how to break those. That's also partly another method of breaking those, is where the Kevlar thread comes in. But also really interesting is that they sold juicing, making cards, verbal stenography. There was a bunch of really cool stuff here. Forgery and document replication, pickpockets again, and what do you call it? They had their own unique like challenge coin that you could get. But what was really fascinating is that they had tools there you can purchase. So they had the concealed clip handcuff key, which we'll try to take a look at here, where it looks like a very tiny clip, but if you reverse the correct side of it, it actually is a extremely tiny and here a handcuff key that you could use if you were in handcuffs, and you could get out of it, and you could clip it to any piece of your clothing. I think that's useful. Uh, I totally, there's a thing I want to make in a couple of months where I'm totally going to attempt to reverse engineer it, because that will be extremely useful. I kind of actually wish, because I'm gonna tell you a cool thing in a second, that I wish I kind of got multiples of that. Then there's the pen cap handcuff key, which sounds exactly what it is, where they've modified. I know Kilamaru has made these in the past, and a bunch of other lock pick smiths have made these, where they take a pen cap and they modify the end of the pen cap, because usually if you just look at it like this, you just think it's a pen or a funky pen, but it actually has that little tip on the end, so that you could actually use that pen cap to open handcuffs. And then finally, you have the zipper pull discrete escape kit, which in a very tiny sort of enclosed bag. I think the kit, as they say here, is only um, let's see, is only in a .35 times 0.35 times 2 compartment, so it's really tiny. There should be a, there we go. So it's like it's barely 3 inches long and barely and like slightly under half an inch wide, and it contains a um, micro saw that's also a handcuff shim right there. It contains a ceramic razor blade, which I believe is this. 6 feet of Kevlar trip line for cutting through zip ties, and a rod saw. And I guess that might be filler material. Now, here's the really cool thing. I have an amazing friend. I don't think this is doxing her. Sometimes she goes as Janice, sometimes she goes as Sirius, but she's been trying to get into cybersecurity. She is a DCG 201 member. Uh, she's been following us online for years, and I happened to meet her on something that had nothing to do with hacking or cybersecurity accidentally because she's also another member's friend, and we've supported each other both, and I've supported her, especially since she's new to hacking stuff, and we've also helped each other in our other hobbies. I don't. We're not dating. She has an amazing girlfriend, by the way, who's equally amazing and fascinating. I'm just trying not to like dox their life or anything. But her job, which she recently got, surprised her, and she was like, "Yeah, you're going to DEFCON because we're going to do this as a security learning experience." So she got to go Thursday through Sunday, the entire con. Actually, I'm going to check back on her later tonight. Her first time not only going to DEFCON, but from my understanding, this is the first time she's ever gone to any hacker or security convention ever. I can officially confirm to you, though, that despite being sad missing a few things, she had an absolute blast. I also told people, hey, if you see her, please treat her nice, show her a good time. And also, apparently, as I told her, I was like, name drop me as much as possible. And a bunch of people said hi to her because of that. And also, a lot of people asked her to say hi to me through her because of that. And thanks to her, she told me they ran out of the zipper pull escape kit, which was my least priority, but she managed to score the concealed clip handcuff key and the pen handcuff key for me. So on a future episode, when we do, eventually, I'm hoping this will happen in 2 to 3 months. We're going to finally do handcuffs on this episode. It's going to be an entire bypass episode with handcuffs. I'm going to teach you how to shim it. I'm going to teach you about universal handcuff keys, and I'm also going to show, and I might even do it with Night Owl about like you can make certain brand handcuff keys, which I also have in my kit. Actually, I have uh, in this other kit, which is where I contain all my bypasses and other stuff. Not only do I have a Sparrow's universal handcuff key, but buried in here, and it's supposed to be in here somewhere. Maybe I put it in a different thing by accident. But in here somewhere, and I can't find it right now, I also have a Smith & Wesson key that is cut in a certain way where it'll work on every single Smith & Wesson handcuff, which is the most common handcuff used by United States law enforcement throughout all the different jurisdictions and precincts. And so when we do that, I'm going to bring out the concealed handcuff key and the pen handcuff key and thank my friend for getting them, and we will use them on a pair of practice handcuffs. And on the concealed handcuff clip, I'm going to reverse engineer how it's designed. I'm going to make my own variant of it, and it's going to be part of a project that I hope to debut in November that I talked about last year that I'm finally going to be able to finish. It's going to be part of a whole lockpicking set, and I'm really excited for it. So yeah, that was all of there was again a lot of lockpicking stuff. To quickly recap, besides Las Vegas had their own lockpicking village. I don't know who runs it, but it's a fantastic one. At Black Hat, if you had a ton of money to blow, you could spend time with the Red Team Alliance, which is run up by Deviant Olam and friends, and they taught you a more on hands, multiple day professional version. I think it's like 3 days, 6, 7, 8, 4 days on how to do physical security, mechanical locking systems, aka locks, padlocks, and door locks, door hardware manipulation, bypassing techniques, and also electronic stuff like pack tokens, RFID credentials, alarm clocks, and stuff. Tool ran their own lockpicking village with their own interesting talks, and of course their hand-on single pin picking and lock sport competitions. Then you had the physical security village, which is the new name for the bypass village that focuses a lot on not the pins. So they focus on bypassing physical alarm wires, elevators, building layouts, etc. And then the rogues village, with all their other insane skeevy stuff, taught how to get out of physical restraints and sold unique bypass tools with concealed lockpicking and bypass tools that are only available at their village. So yeah, it was a lot of really cool stuff available, and so that was kind of, we listed it all in our guide for SIGs, special interest groups, events, and parties. So I hope if you were at DEF CON, if I had more time and better availability, I would have made a, and this is good because we have like roughly half an hour left of this stream. I hope if you were at Hacker Summer Camp. Oh, and I'm dumb. And Diana Initiative. I'm so sorry. Diana Initiative had their Lockpicking Village done by Lockpick Extreme, both virtually last month and online and virtually this week in Vegas. So I hope if you were in Vegas, whether it was your first time learning how to lockpick ever, or if you were experienced and you wanted to improve your craft or learn new techniques, I hope you had a fantastic, safe time. I hope you didn't catch any diseases there besides your laptop. I hope you found all the great stickers. I hope you drank all the booze, or if you don't drink booze, all the juice, and hack all the things. Um, I hope that everyone was really nice to you. I hope you had a good mental time despite all the challenges going on. Um, Anyone who was involved in any of this stuff, I want to thank you. I want to thank besides the staff at Besides Las Vegas and whoever runs the Lockpicking Village. I want to thank the people at the Red Team Alliance, including Deviant Olam, for their workshop at DEF CON. I want to thank Lockpick Extreme for doing the Lockpicking Village at the Initiative, which is a big godsend and boon for minorities, especially for women. I want to thank Tool, the guild that I'm part of, the Open Organization of Lockpickers, for doing the Lockpick Village as DEF CON as they've done every year for a billion years. I want to thank everyone involved at the Physical Security Village at DEF CON for teaching all the amazing bypass techniques. And I want to thank all the skeevy and amazing magicians and unscrupulous people at the Rogues Village for doing their restraint bypasses and selling really useful exclusive tools that you would normally spend like hundreds, if not even $1,000 to create, which you should, because custom lockpick makers should be paid. That you would normally have to get specialists that you'd have to find to do, and selling this in mass at their booth as a unique thing. Thank you to everyone there who taught anyone their first lock stuff, their first bypass stuff, their first electronic alarm systems, their first restraint breaking. Anyone who you improved their craft of, whether they were beginner or advanced. Thank you to everyone at every convention and village at DEF CON for being amazing hackers, for being amazing lockpickers, and making every con and village that you are at an absolute blast, and contributing and everyone learning and being safe. So thank you. I really wish I could be there, but guess what? I am going to truly do everything in my power so that next year I can attend. And I have a lot of stuff not only to do, some of it, a lot of it doesn't even have to do with locks, but I have also a lot to say and a lot to teach. I can't wait, because to be honest, I should go back to Facecam anyhow. 2022 was my version of 2021, where sorry, my version of 2020, where I actually had an okay 2020. I was still making money as an emergency worker for a while. Then I was on unemployment because the way scheduling works. I still have my job. I'm getting promoted, actually. Oh yeah, by the way, those are Christmas lights behind me. If it's dark, they light up. It's great. I'm gonna actually tilt the camera down a bit so it's less of my crazy hair and more of my awesome shirt. But yeah, this was a very rough year for me, starting in January, even up until now. It's been extremely rough. And it's been rough for a lot of you out there, especially those of you who have uteruses or friends or partners with someone who has a uterus, which is pretty much every single human being that I'm aware of. Um, which is why, again, I'm raising money, and our organization is raising money for the National Abortion Federation charity drive, which, again, I will drop the link to. Even if we're not streaming, although if you do donate when we do stream, I get to worship you for the rest of the stream, which will be for the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. um, oh, clicked on the wrong thing. I because my year this year already sucked, and I'm a dude, I'm a cis male who's very comfortable being male, and I have, spoiler alert, full disclosure, TMI, I have a ding dong. I also like eating ding dongs, more ways than one. But back on topic without doing innuendos. It was already it was already terrible enough for me. I can only imagine what it's like for my friends who happen to have uteruses, and so would it be amazing to get like a $50 donation right now? Yes, but if you have like $1 or $3 or $5, even if we're not streaming, this is an important, amazing organization because not only does it fight for people who have uteruses, but the Roe v. Wade turning, as I've said repeatedly, also affects base privacy rights for everybody. Again, now the Patriot Act has been expanded upon because now they can legally spy into your home without a warrant, virtually, whether or not you have a uterus or not. It's really bad. So you can, even though I'm not getting money directly, which I don't really care for, it would just go to video games and locks. Um, that you can at least make other people's lives slightly better, especially those who have uteruses, by donating to an organization that's fighting for their rights, that's also fighting overall for your rights out there, no matter who you are, both in terms of legal stuff from the Supreme Court all the way down to your local area, as well as all the way from major facilities to your local area with boots on the ground protests, training for not just abortions, because I know abortion's a big word, but abortions, but also just general sex hygiene, condoms, Plan B, education, all of that stuff, and the doctors and nurses and healthcare practitioners who carry those things out. So if you want to support the person who brings condoms to every single bar in your neighborhood to make sure that no one is getting like the lung nose disease and stuff like that, this is what that goes for. So, okay. So anyhow, a less serious thing. Let's get into probably. I always hate because we've done a couple episodes where it's all digital, but in reality, in the weird bag taking this out, I wanted to at least have one physical component for tonight. And this is how we're going to end to at my time, 1 a.m. And by the way, if you're on this stream on Twitch, uh, we're going to raid another channel. I don't know if there's any like DEFCON group or anything running or some sort of DEFCON content, but even if it's someone coding, someone making a cool tech thing, maybe it's something really freaking weird like a VTuber or some weird like old episodes of some obscure cartoon. Um, we're going to raid their channel. So always stay tuned. There's always a different person to raid each time. And I also wanted you to say hi and support them when we get there. But a couple episodes ago, and for anyone sticking around for the Dimple Locks, this is finally your thing. 2 episodes ago, I talked about, and again, I'm sorry for the horrible camera quality, Dimple Locks. I'm actually going to quickly go back into desktop mode and quickly explain what I'm talking about because, again, I wasn't able to get to my storage unit today. So instead of showing my clear lock for this, I'm going to show you this image. I'm going to probably zoom in just slightly more. So this image, right? So this is kind of what most locks, if you're in the United States, this is 95 to 97% most locks. I would say anywhere else, particularly Europe, this is like 92 to 95% of all locks out there. If you're really lucky, it might be like 89% of all locks are set up like this. Where, and by the way, it's not too far different from Dimple Locks. You have, I'm not going to go through everything because I've done multiple episodes of Lockpicking 101 and how locks are structured and works. But basically, you have, as you can see here, there's a Bible with drill holes in them and springs to do tension on the little parts inside, which the soda cans above are called the driver pins. They drive the lock mechanism, and below them are the key pins, which engage in the key. That's what they're called, the key pins. And so all these scraggly ups and down mountain peak things on the key
these hills and valleys, those are called key biddings. And when you cut a key to those correct biddings, on a normal lock, it's uh, it's pinned so that some of these pieces of metal are below the shear line where the cylinder is in the cylinder. Some of them are above that shear line. So there's literally little pieces of metal in the way that prevent you from turning the lock. And so by putting this key in, these peaks and valleys organize the key pins and driver pins as such that all the key pins are right, the tops of the key pins are right at the bottom of the shear line, and all the bombs of all the driver pins, even if they have security functions in them, are all at the top of the um, shear line. So that creates a gap between the pieces, all the pieces of metal for the cylinder to turn, which engages the actuator and opens the lock, whether it's a padlock or a doorknob. Now, the reason I bring this up is not only as a quick refresher, because I've been blabbing about DEFCON and abortion rights forever, but most locks are exactly what you see here. This is what's called a linear lock design, where the key is flat on its side. The bidding goes vertically up and down on the side of the key. The grooves are on the side, the bidding's on the top. Those top grooves of that bidding engage with the key pins, which are all in a straight single file line, one behind each other in a straight line. And that's how the shear line is set up. Now let's go back to Facecam to show you what makes this different. And again, if anyone has any questions in chat, please let me know. Otherwise, keep lurking, keep learning. So you have the same setup here. You have drill holes you have drill holes at the top, and they're uneven, which is why the binding order is odd. And at the bottom here, you have these springs that do tensions, and you have the driver pins here. And if I put the key in and I turn to open the lock, you can actually see right there, those are the key pins there inside the lock that you normally see dangling in the keyway. So why is this different? Why is these considered more high security overall, even though they are not? They're security by obscurity. And what I mean by that is literally look at that keyway. Unlike the other picture, what you normally see where it's a vertical slot to put your key in, right? You would normally put it in like that. This is sideways, and you can see that with the key. Normally the cuts would be up here or down here. Instead, the keys flip to the side, and there's little drill holes, and that's the bidding. It's the same up, down, peaks, and valleys, which I had a bit of camera to show it, as a normal, air quote, which is the linear keyway or key system, but it's now on the groove on the side of the key. And because it's circular drill holes, they look like little dimples, and that's why they're called dimple locks. So it's the same method where all these key pins and driver pins are disorganized. They're either too low or too high. It's a chaotic mess that you might be able to see here. But when I insert the key and it's sideways and it goes through that bidding that's cut out of the dimples, it reorganizes all the pins. All the driver pins are now neatly at the top, and all the key pins are neatly at the bottom, and that gives me the space to turn and open the lock. There's a lot of peculiars, though, about dimple locks. First of all, unlike most normal like padlocks, which are usually 4 or 5 pins, or doorknobs, which are usually 5 to 6 pins, the dimple locks usually come in a simple form, which is 5 pins, and then a complex form, which is 7 pins, which is 1 pin more than usually what most people in the United States and other forms of those linear locks have to deal with. The only thing I think that goes over that is certain abuses and door locks, as well as and also as alloys, as well as tubular locks, which usually have 7 to 8 pins. So this usually, most dimple locks have at max 7 pins, and some are only 5 pins. So think of it like this. American locks and linear locks are even. It's usually 4 pins or 6 pins, sometimes 5. With that's their max limit, 4 through 6. In dimple locks, it's odd, 5 through 7. And another thing is that because dimple locks are more common in Europe, they use this European style lock where normally, as you've seen with most locks, usually it's just this part here and the actuator's in the back somehow, and it usually interacts with the door. Particularly in Europe, they have these dual core
system. So the actuator is that little bit that's turning, that black bit in the middle, and that usually that actuator deals with some sort of mechanism that opens the door, and it's in the middle of the door instead of at the end of the mechanical mechanism. But what this means is that because now there are two sides to the lock, sometimes they can be keyed the same, but more often than not, you actually have two different key biddings, which is why this comes with two different keys. So this key, let's say this is the outside, works on the outside, but this key that's bidded differently won't turn. On the converse side, this key that didn't turn that other one turns the opposite side, so the inside, let's say, but the outside key, if you put it in the inside way like this, do it at an odd angle, won't open. So there's two different biddings, which for an instructor, getting a clear practice lock like this is a 2-in-1 because you basically have two biddings to play with. So why does this seem like it's more secure or more like security through obscurity? And that is because, as I said in the previous episode, 2 episodes when I covered this, and then we're going to get into me trying to open this again, and then talking about what I learned, is that because of the linear lock system, common lockpicking tools like the ones that I carry most of the time are vertically designed. They are thin handles, and they're designed to go up and down. They're vertically. All of these tools, from that to the rake, they're all designed linearly. As I said previously, Dimple Locks, the keyway is sideways. So you cannot, it's nearly impossible, unless it's super thin, take a normal lockpick and go in. You might be able to get that first pin down there, but manipulating the other pins, even if you go in at the side, it's nearly impossible to do. Some dimple locks are so poorly constructed that you might be able to take a rake like this and put it in sideways and attempt to rake that. But again, it's not designed for this, and so I've not been able to open one of these yet with that sort of technique. Sometimes you might get a half diamond head that is big enough, unlike this one, probably in cheap Chinese locks, to actually do it. But a lot of times, because again, these are vertically done, they have stronger shafts, so they're thicker, which means you don't really have the turning option to use. So how would you defeat this? Well, again, it's security through obscurity, meaning you just simply don't have the right design tools to effectively engage with the lock. Now, normally, I will say with most locks, you can actually use the only thing that you have in common with a standard lockpick set is that if you have a tension wrench thick enough, you can use a thick bottom of the keyway, or a thick. Actually, this is the wrong one here. Let me get something thicker. I'm gonna be a brat. I need something thicker, Daddy. Actually, that's gonna be screenshotted and quote. You can use a thick pry bar to do the tensioning. Usually, though, when you get dimple lockpick sets, they give you Z wrenches or Z bars that are very specifically designed for dimple locks. There, if we look at the top of the keyway, normal ones, you'll notice how these are longer and thinner usually, even with its max thickness. These are usually thicker and they're more squat and they have a more pronounced Z shape. Because again, this is designed vertically. Sorry, this is designed horizontally. That thickness won't affect it vertically like it would a normal lock, but it would horizontally, and that gives you turning. And because they're squat, like again, I could use top of the keyway pry bar, but I'm going to be using, it doesn't really go in that far, and it's like too long. I don't have much control because I can barely, with my long ass thumb, get to the tip of that for max control. With something that's shorter, you're given the max control for it. This is going to be interesting because I'm actually getting a little sleepy, so this should be fun. And the picks are usually like this. So let's get that previous lock pick. So this would be the equivalent of a short hook for a dimple set. I'm going to use the contrast of my black shirt to show. And these are usually called dimple lock picks or flag lock picks. And it looks like that because if I turn it on its side, that little end bit looks like a little flag. And they all look like that. They're all usually the same flag shape in terms of profile, but a lot of them are flatter or more curved depending on what type of thing you get. Like this one is pretty curved. This one is relatively flat, just has a tiny notch on the side. And this one is really super curved. Again, I wish I had a better camera. That's why probably I'm going to redo this in the future. Because I have a lot more to talk about Dimple Locks, especially when I get like actual locks for Dimple Locks. So unlike this, where again, thin handles done vertically, these are rounded, thick handles because instead of going up and down with these flags, you're turning side by side, which is why they're round. It's so that they're easier to turn. So the idea is that when you insert it in, it pushes up. You rotate to push the pins up and down, usually in a clockwise motion. If you're on the other side, you're using the other hand to be a counterclockwise motion. Now, this lock, even when I had time to pick it, I felt like I was going back to square one. I felt like I was dealing with those master lock number 3s that used to annoy the crap out of me when I started. I was like, it made me question everything about my ability in lock sport, to be honest. I was like, I know that the name Master of Locking is just a joke phrase from one of my favorite video games, and that's why this is a show of it. I'm not a master, I'm not lockpicking lawyer or whatever, but I'm like, I know the lock principle. This is not too different from, in terms of overall setup, in theory, as the phrase I hate, as linear locks. I should do this. Everyone else knows how to do this. Why am I having a hard time doing this? My legs are starting to hurt, by the way. And basically, I had to learn a bunch of stuff that I didn't know you had to do. So first of all, the hardest part, and still the hardest part for me, is for tensioning. Now, this is designed to be easy and demonstratable, so I know there's no real security features. Probably not all these are going to work on every single dimple lock. But when it comes to this wide of a dimple lock keyway, I often found I didn't need the thinner part of the Z-wrench. The thick part is what I needed, especially since this one's on thicker. Every dimple lock has a huge empty space on one side. This is on the left side if you're facing it. Put that thick part in, and that always gave me the most amount of control over my my locks. And actually, just so that I have a bit more comfort, and this is going to make me look like God mode, and hopefully the stream doesn't disconnect, I'm actually going to sit over here and temporarily move the computer over here. Because we have really good Wi-Fi here, by the way. I just don't want the cord to unplug. Just because it will help with my legs in terms of all of this. And get to see some of my toiletries and stuff. I'm currently not using. For both sides, obviously with different locks, and that's crotch shot. With different locks, I would obviously use a different head. With this, I really needed a scoop, but I didn't need a steep scoop, so I did like a slight scoop. And I'm going to be picking, the bar is going to be on the right side, so I needed the flag to point towards the left of the lockway in order to scoop those pins up. Obviously, if this was reversed and there was more space on the right side, I would need a reverse-facing flag, which is why they give you multiple heads of the same curvatures, because there's a big thing about you picking it right or left. Another thing, for those of you who followed my general social media, you might have noticed that when I initially picked this open, just because it was easier bidding, and this actually helped me understand the lock, but this is something you should never do, I picked it turning the tool clockwise in this instance, and that's a big no-no. It's the same reason why when I pick this open the right way, like I don't spin it around. It's more important to not spin all the way around a dimple lock than it is a linear pin tumbler, because the pin tumbler one, it just wears down mechanisms. But the thing is, you see that big keyhole space? If I turn it in the direction of where the Bible is, so if I pick it clockwise, once that slot hits where the pins are, the key pins and driver pins, because the spring's constantly pushing down on them, will push all of them directly into the chamber, which clogs the lock. I did that by accident once, which is why I'll never do that again. I'll only do it on purpose for demonstration purposes, not on this stream, but in person in the future. And the only reason why I could get out of it was I took a really flat tool. I think it was either the half diamond or the city rake. It was something with a complete straight flat end of a tool on its opposite picking side. And I put that in there. And like the same way where I use that tool to push up on the pins and pull back to count, I put it all the way in there, push all the pins up, and then continue rotating the cylinder until I got past that point. So all the pins were resetted back to where they were. And thankfully there was no damage done, but that could have been an easy way to damage it. Now the tension on this is it's weird. I would describe it as it's slightly more tension than what you would use for a master lock number 3. Like literally, I would say a tad more than a master lock number 3, which is already confusing, which is probably why you're going to see me constantly, when I attempt to do this, readjust the tension constantly. And two things that I didn't know about Dimple Locks, at least with this practice one, that is how I cracked the code on how to open this, and then it's just all skill on my end, right? So two things. One, I made the misconception, and maybe it's different with other dimple locks, that the way you would do this, and I would see this on video, right, is that I thought you would feel around, feel for a pin that's stuck, and then push that pin constantly with the same pressure up until it clicks in place and it's loose. This is what I've done with other locks. But I noticed that when I would do it, it would still feel completely loose and I would actually overset the pins. So I was like, what's going on? And what I didn't realize is that you're scooping, right? So it's not a constant pressure. I'll put it this way. It's like if I talk to a person, I'm trying to convince them to do something. I'm used to directly being like, hey, dude, it's right here. Come on, right here. Let's do it. Not working. This dimple lock is too squeamish to do that. But if I'm just like, hey, there's things here. Did you notice that? Yeah, it seems kind of neat. I personally would try it. Like, I tried it before it was neat. But, I just don't feel like doing it again because I've already tried it. I think it's great if a new person did it. Like, you've never done it, right? Cool, you have never done it. You should try that. Like, if you're too nervous, I'll go with you. It's like you encourage, you're nudging them to do what you want. And that's what you're doing. So it's not when you find the stiff one, you're not like, oh, I'm pushing it, because as you can see here, you'll just overset the pins if you do that. What you're doing is you're nudging it, so you're not pushing all the way up, you're tapping it in place. So you just do small taps until, and you'll feel it, those pins, and you'll sometimes hear it if it's quiet like this, that driver pin hits the bottom, it hits that top of the shear line, and the key pin's at the bottom. Second thing is that constantly you'll make pins drop. That's how you'll know if you're doing the binding order correct or not. And last two things. One, it's really easy to accidentally, because there's multiple grooves and pathways into the lock, to just be going too close to where the tension wrench is and pushing nothing. So I often take my finger here, I usually hold it like this, and I put it on the edge, and basically that allows me to be like, okay, it's always going to slide in at this angle, and that guides it so it's not traveling over from right to left in this case, and now I'm not picking anything. And the second thing, besides tapping, because of how this lock is set up, and because there are more than 6 pins, what I've also learned, and I'm going to take a drink break in a second, is that when you pick these dimple locks, even though they are standard pins, you treat them, when you do your nudging, as if they're serrated pins in a normal linear lock. And again, my display instructional serrated lock is in storage, so I can't show you. What I mean is, the way you defeat serrated locks is that because there are multiple notches, you're not supposed to constantly put pressure and go through all the notches. That's how you fail the lock. That's how you call the other pins to drop. What you do is basically, when you feel it click in place or move up enough, you stop and you go to another one. And then when all of them are nudged up, you go back and you keep poking at them and refining it, and they'll click upwards a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And then eventually those serrated pins will be properly, fully at the top of the shear line, and the key pin will be at the bottom, and you'll be able to open. And even though these are standard pins in here, I've learned that is how you actually have to treat these pins. You're just nudge, nudge, move, nudge, nudge, move, and this slowly sets them all into place until they properly open up. Now again, I'm really tired because I went through all of that, had a crazy week and stuff, but I'm going to try this side and see if I can open it on air like I've done before. And so I might be a little quiet, by the way. And I know it's hard to see. I'm going to tilt this down a bit more. It's going to be more of a crotch shot. You won't be able to see my eyes, but at least my hands will be more centered. And so hopefully you will see me. Let's reset. Open it, and if this doesn't work, I will go to the other side and see if I have better luck there. But my goal is, again, with that scoop, scoop, tap, tap, and treating these like if they're serrated pins, and with a little concentration, I am hoping to open this. Because last time, as I said again, try not to get frustrated, I wasn't able to properly, let me tilt this down even more. So unfortunately, I'm going to get a lot of my crotch here. This is why I normally use the other camera, but it's in my storage unit. I wasn't able to get there. That's my fault. I apologize. Last time I did this, I worked on this for like 20 minutes, and I wasn't able to get an open on it. And I wasn't able to get open on it for weeks afterward. And then literally, like last week, I finally opened it properly like this. And by the way, when you tension, you do it clockwise away from whatever you're doing. So if I'm picking clockwise, I'm rotating counterclockwise. That's how you not only do a proper open, but that's how you also prevent the pins from going, from falling and tumbling and being forced down into the actual keyway chamber. So yeah, so we're going to see if I can get an open. It's also kind of stuffy in here, so that's kind of aggravating me. And honestly, my hands are cramping, and I'm thinking of switching to the other side. So I will say if I don't get this open, whether it's the next episode or when I cover this again for a different Dimple topic with a better camera, I will show you the open. And worst comes to worst, I have pictures of me opening this on my personal Instagram, but I'll make a video just for the DEFCON Instagram. Okay, so I have most of those lined up. And I can actually, even though I'm looking at it, I can actually feel, oh, they just dropped. I just did that mistake. I can actually feel them clicking and tensioning into place. And in fact, I'm going to take a break from that side. I'm going to try the other side. It's going to be a different bidding order. I think this one is more closer to the shear line, to be honest. So we'll see how that goes. It's like everything's hitting me right now. I'm like cramping. My legs were sore. Hands are cramping. I need to pee. It's stuffy in here. That one's 2 is set. 2 just fell back down, resetting. Let's try to get those back ones again. Maybe this one is harder. Hold on. So this keeps pushing my back. This is what makes me think, shit, maybe I should have started with Dimple Locks. And now one of the flies is out. Like, life doesn't want me to open this Dimple Lock on air. So yeah, even if you don't see an open tonight, I definitely can tell you that using the tap method, because you're scooping the pins, you're not air quote picking the pins like you would a linear lock. And also, I'm also probably putting too much tension on the cord, to be honest. And also treating these like they're serrated pins, so it's like a tap tap. They partially set, you move on, tap tap, and then you go back to it eventually, tap tap, it moves up a bit more. Nudging them like that slowly instead of constantly putting pressure. Let me just throw this on the floor. Helped me to, even when I struggle for a little bit, open this like consistently both sides each time correctly. But again, everything's really against me right now, so might not be on air. Worst comes to worst, I'll make a pre-recorded video of it, which is exactly why lockpickers do video and they don't do this live, because otherwise they would, even with their expertise, they might be here forever. That way they can just send the best take. Right, let's go back to the other side, because I think I made more progress with that other side. Again, it's already past 1 a.m. in the morning. I'm going to go on until 1:30. If we don't get an open by 1:30, I'll just, concede defeat for now, just because of circumstance, and we'll continue on. So 3 is set, 4 is now set. Let's see if I can do the 7th one. No, 4 fell again, which tells me that either I really need to be really careful with that 7th pin as my hands start cramping, and also my hands are getting slippery. Again, air conditioning. Actually, you know what I should do? Even if I'm talking, I know this is going to sound annoying. Let me turn on the air conditioner. So you're gonna hear a hum in the background, unfortunately, but I'm probably gonna be mostly concentrating. I'll turn it off when I have to speak again, because this will cool me down, and I will be able to pick more consistently here. Let's go back to the first 2 pins, see if any of them want to set. I will say, particularly with these cheap Chinese lockpicks that you saw my birthday episode, where I sanded these down and filed these down so they're more confident. I will confidently say that they still have some edges on them, despite all of my best attempts to improve them. So I imagine that if I get like the proper multi-pick one, or if South Ord starts selling their Dimple pick sets again, or I, God forbid, get one from Alibaba or something that's a bit higher quality from China, I have an odd feeling that I will have a much faster and easier time, because I'll truly be able to focus on the skill and not all the edges that this is capturing on. Because I will say the hardest part of dealing, god damn these mini flies, with Dimple Locks is simply that, over-tensioning, the hardest part of Dimple Locks, to be honest, is that, which is actually where the see-through lock comes in handy, and I'm pretty sure a cutaway would do the same thing for you, is, got something there, is that it allows you, like, trying to figure out exactly what pin you're underneath to lift it, because sometimes you think you're lifting one pin, but you're actually either partially or fully lifting its neighbor. So that tells me, so that's set. So it seems like when that middle one is set, I need to go to its neighbors first. That one got overset, so I'm just going to reset all of them. Yeah, I'm making a lot of mistakes that I normally don't do on camera. I'm sorry, I'm making a lot of mistakes that I normally don't do off camera because I'm really tired. Like, if I was doing this at 8 p.m., I'd be more alert, which is weird because one time I was coming back at like 3 a.m. in the morning. Then again, I did have an energy drink and stuff, and like, I was working properly. And now it's just like a mess. And again, I wish I had a bit of camera. I could have put it over the shoulder and stuff so you could see the see-through part of it. So you can see me like properly pick this open. So let's see. Alright, I have like 15 minutes left. That's another thing. I also set myself an arbitrary time limit here. Ooh, and now the peeing part's really coming in. Everything's against me today. It sounds like Trump. Everything's against me. I plead the fifth. Please donate all your money that you don't have to me. Which, by the way, donate money, but donate it to the National Abortion Federation because, again, as I keep saying, that's a really good cause. The link's in the chat to donate if you're on Twitch. We have a little Tiltify widget. So it really is that center pin. Let's try that back pin again. Okay, let's try. My whole thing is if I do the back pin and it's still loose, I go back and I revisit all the pins again. Because a lot of times, like, I think they're all set in a row, just slipped, and it's not. So it's really important that like, basically from what I've been able to visually tell along with the feeling, is that what happens is that 6 out of the 7 seem like they're at the shear line in a row, but they're not. Again, because you're treating them like serrated pins. And so what you end up doing, let me put like super light tension on to feel. So what you end up doing is you end up, they seem like they're all at the shear line, all the driver pins, but they're not. So you have to like go back and constantly nudge tap them very slightly again, because that will actually properly set them. And I think honestly what I'm doing is between the constant kind of need to pee here that all of a sudden hit me, and also just like bad luck and me overly concentrating and stuff. I think, oh, just fell again. I think, second pin, I think, yeah. If we don't get an open, it's just I've had too many factors get in my way here. Oh, all resetted. Let me just manually reset them one more time because I think I have the pattern right. Also, because of the way I have to hold this, my hand really digs into the skin. The plastic corner of the lock really digs into the skin. So that's another factor here. I know it sounds like I'm making a lot of petty excuses, but you'd be surprised. That's why like Sky Pirate's course is probably like really valuable, where he like teaches you how to pick while being like submerged in mud and stuff like that. Because like basically what I'm doing is like test lab stuff, where it's like, I mean, it's suboptimal conditions for me technically right now, but it's you know, I'm in like I'm sitting down. I'd be at a table technically. I actually should have probably cleared off that table and streamed from there, and all that jazz. But try that back. Nope. I knew that. But so something's got. But so I'm at that thing where it seems like the first pin and the last pin needs to be properly lined up. And I'm just gonna keep doing my nudge method until I get an open here. So that back pin's now at the point where everything seems to be able to move properly. It's just that pin just fell again. Always that fourth pin that wants to fall. See, that's how bad my hands are doing. I should have really like did pre-exercises for my hand before I tried to do this. And again, this is not a magic trick. If you could see it from my end, this is pure skill right now. So yeah, that's kind of the issue. Oh, they all fell. Let me just try the other side real quick. Watch. After the stream, I'm gonna go pee, come back, and then it instantly opens because one, I'm not on camera, and two, I've emptied my bladder. In fact, what I might do is I might go over slightly 130 and do a quick piss break and come back and see if that actually changes anything here. What's funny is what I initially learned when I was doing this, right, was I was almost like on purpose oversetting all the pins, right? And that actually made me realize about the tap method, because I was constantly oversetting them by just doing a constant push. And honestly, I can also see why you learn the normal lock, aka the linear lock system, before you learn how to do dimple locks, because you really, which is also what's been killing me, you really need to know how to do, what do you call it? You really need to learn how to do tension control before you try this, because that literally makes all the difference here. My thumbs are hurting for no reason. I'm actually going to now angle this up so you can see more of my face, because I want to lean back slightly. Really, and this is probably why I'm like, more frustrated, is I really want to open this on air to show you all that I can open this now. Because I've been able to. I did it a couple of times today myself. It's just for some reason, I don't know if it's all the factors working against me, or, you know, such that I'm tired and stuff and I need to pee and everything. Interesting. Okay, so that, and I can move, but there we go. Okay. Oh, and we have an open. Ta-da! It's open now. See, you can see all the, I know that, again, crappy camera quality, you can see all the key pins there. And if you look at the little, this little black piece on the side, that's the actuator, I can rotate that now. So we have an open here. Isn't that cool? See, I turned it into a vertical lock instead of the opposite way. Again, when I put it all the way back, all the pins will reset, but if I was picking it the other way and I was turning it, if I was turning it clockwise instead of counterclockwise, all those pins would fall into that chamber. But yeah, that opened, so finally did it. That one, I think, took like about a minute when I finally switched to that side. Let's see if I can quickly do the other side, because I know the other side, if that was the more easy side, this side is more difficult to do for some reason. Even though what's weird is that because I can see through the lock, it looks like it's flat, but it's not. I can tell you that much. It is not flat at all, which makes it a big pain in the ass. So I'm going to try this for like 5 or so minutes, and then we'll end the stream. I'll put the last donation spiel. I'll thank everyone who was listening, /watching, /interacting. Even though this wasn't the most interactive crowd tonight, my interactions I had tonight, the few that I had were really neat, especially from that one person from DLive. So, because I know that DLive, I've been actually debating of dropping the DLive from the restream, because while we have like a really good amount of followers, unfortunately we don't have the 200 to become the affiliate. I think we have like 120 followers, which is still more than most DLive accounts on there. I think ever since PewDiePie left, DLive has become this weird ghost town. It's almost like the end of the world there, where like there's some accounts, like most accounts are only getting like 1 to 3 viewers. A lot are getting no viewers. A lot are also restreaming on Twitch anyhow, or even Trozo, which we can't stream because it's not a gaming thing. If there's any other cool streaming platforms that you think we would be cool with, or that would appreciate stuff like us doing programming and locks and stuff, please let us know. I'm always down for me and the rest of DCG 201. You know, we're always, because we're from New Jersey, we're always down to try new and interesting services and techniques and stuff, especially to like reach out to more people and engage with you wonderful hacker folks and stuff like that. I'm not trying to down myself, but I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to open this side on air, just because I'm like, everything's going against me. I'm really frustrated. I'm really waiting to like want to restream, play you guys some cool music while we raid some other stream on Twitch, and then pee. The first thing I'm going to do is dim the lights, put on my slippers, run down, pee, and they're going to be like down there again. Did you just pee like 2 minutes ago? But yeah. I guess, you know, I'm 35 now, but I guess I have a bladder of a 60-year-old. I'm going to start, you know, probably when I go to DEFCON for DEFCON 31, I'm probably going to be wearing the pens and stuff by that point. That's how you know if you're a shitty lockpicker, how much of a shitty lockpicker it's how you know how much of an old shitty lockpicker you are. It depends. Bad. It's not even a dad joke. That's just a bad joke. So I'm in sort of that mood tonight. Been a good weekend overall, I'll say. Friday was rough. I had to deal with a domestic thing here. That's all I will say. Not from the people downstairs, from my partner and stuff. Not our relationship. Honestly, I feel like most of everyone, actually likes me currently here. Um, I have been, if I may humble brag, I have been pretty helpful around this place and stuff. It's not a permanent place. Um, I'm literally staying here because my partner and her sister knows my situation, because I'm doxing myself now, that I'm in. This is just me to be here. This week I'm going to test my promotion stuff that's lined up, and if everything goes right, in probably like October, I'll be able to get my own stuff. So, at least, we got one unlock on air. So I did do an open on this side. This one, I can do it. I've done both sides, in both directions. That doesn't sound like an innuendo, right? But that's going to take me a while, and I'm just like in the mood. But even in the mood, really happy I've done this stream. So to recap, um, glad I got more people interested in the National Abortion Fund, despite no donations. Maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and it'll be $30 to $50. Let's see that. Or maybe someone will do it at the last minute now. But not only did I finally get to revisit the Dimple Lock and show that I can actually open these now with the techniques that I use. So again, in addition to like what the Lock Noob and Lock Lab have said about Dimple Locks, the three things that really helped me understood is you're scooping, you're not pushing. So you're tapping each pin, you're not putting constant pressure, you nudge them into place. Also, you treat the pins like they're serrated pins. So when you get a click, you don't when you get a mini click, you don't keep going until you get a full click. You tap that into that first set, you'll feel it tension more, and you keep going to each one, and it's like bees pollinating flowers, and they might feel all even at the top, but if there's that one still loose, just go back, tap them more, then move the loose one. You keep doing that, and as you saw when I did it earlier, you get the open. I'll be able to do it again on a better camera later. And big thing about this, you always tension away from where you're turning with the lockpick. So if I'm turning clockwise, you want to tension with your thumb, or your thumb counterclockwise. If this was the reverse, and this was the reverse flag, and I was picking counterclockwise, you would want to tension it with your finger clockwise, because if you do it the other way around, while you will get an open technically, you won't get too far to engaging the actuator, because that will make this slot completely vertical to where the pins are lined up and the springs will push everything down and seize up and ruin the lock, and you'll have to reset it and pick it properly the right way. And there's no plug spinners for this because of the way this is set up. So, and again, the reason why this works is that even though it does throw a lot of people, including me, off that this is vertical, which is why you need more specialized tools, all the principles work the same. It's still key pins and driver pins, shear lines, spaces between open, and that, like, as you can see with this clear lock, like you would clear padlock, especially if I put the straight edge of this tool here, the holes are not completely straight. Straight and even. So if I put a straight line next to it, they're not all even. Some are more to the left or the right. Some of them are way off. And that allows that binding order in order to pick the lock. Just like a linear one, it's just you're using tools that are designed for horizontal keyways as opposed to vertical keyways. And we covered all the amazing, turn the air off now. We covered all the amazing lock stuff that went on to Hacker Summer Camp in Vegas. So with that, once again, thank you everyone for watching the stream. Thank you for all who have donated so far, and thank you for all the future donate. Again, I'm going to post the link one last time to our Tiltify in chat, where you can donate to the National Abortion, I just blanked out, National Abortion Federation, which helps not only people with uteruses fight both boots on the ground and legally for their abortion rights, but also they fight because the Roe v. Wade thing is more about abortion. It's about privacy and security, which us hackers are always for privacy and security. Fuck anyone who's against that or wants to limit that. Especially people who do freedom and then they fuck over themselves and everyone else's security. And this affects us. Again, we now have better legal proceedings to spy on people, including people with penises like myself, because Roe v. Wade's overturned. Never mind that, I had a mom, I have a half sister, even though we're estranged, to be honest. I have cousins. They have daughters. Friends have daughters. I have female friends. I have female partners. Uh, Identifying. Um, they're all in danger. So just that empathy alone. But even in a practical security sense, if you want to be greedy about it, this is bad. And so organizations such as this, there's many out there, but this is the one that fights on all fronts. So that's why we're raising money for them. Thank you also for. Oh, I'm also going to do the categorized thing. If today's your birthday, by the way, and you're watching this, whether you're live or you just randomly clicked on this video, happy birthday to you. From Sidepocket, from DCG to one to you. Thank you for everyone who attended DEF CON. Thank you for everyone I've engaged virtually at DEF CON. I was more bummed than usual that I could not be there this year, despite all the flooding and craziness. There's a bunch of badges I wanted. There's a bunch of competitions I would have loved to participate in, but you all made me feel like I was there. So thank you for that. And thank you for all who've read my guides. Still one more to go, but I worked really hard on them. Thank you for all for Tool, Lockpicking Extreme, and anyone out there who was at B-Sides Las Vegas, Black Hat USA, DEFCON 30, or Diana Initiative, who teach, spread, and evangelize lock sport, bypassing, and locksmithing stuff. Anything that furthers our hobby is amazing, whether you're new at this and you picked your first lock, or you're a first time instructor, you've been doing this for years. Any level of skill out there, no matter what your belt is from Lockpickers United or such, or rank and membership for Tool, just thank you for spreading this to more hackers and other folk, so that we can teach people about locks and security. It's a great hobby. I'm very proud and happy to be in this community. If you want to check us out, again, our website's in the fritz, so you can go to our blog at defcon201.medium.com. That's also where you can get the Hacker Summer Camp guides. We still have one more to go. I'm going to be working on that one probably starting tonight, to be honest. If you we're also on many social media, our two big popular common ones. Ooh, boy, I have to pee. You can find us on Twitter at DEFCON21NJ, or you can find us on Instagram, DEFCON21. We're on a lot of different things. We're on Mastodon, we're on Minds.com, we're on GitHub, we're on all sorts of things. We also have a Write As blog, which is all text-based. We're on Tor, things like that. I just post the link tree to all of our social media. Until we can figure out our IRC and our session chat, which I will be dealing with this weekend on Friday and Saturday, you can find us on Discord right here. And last but not least, once again, we are raising money for the National Abortion Fund, so I will put that link one last time in chat. I hope you're able to visit, if you are in the New York metro area, and especially if you're in New Jersey. The PATH train links into NJ Transit, also links into Manhattan with MTA and a bunch of other buses and things. Hope to see you at Helen's Pizza this Friday on August the 19th in person from 7 to 10 p.m. We then hang out at the arcade and play video games afterwards. If not, I will be doing a virtual stream afterwards. Hope you check us out. I'm Sidepocket. I'm one of two co-founders, DCG21. Thank you for watching Master of Unlocking. I believe our next Master of Unlocking, because I had to delay it, will probably be on the 28th, and then we will do an episode immediately on September 4th. Our next Crypto Barons will be on this Sunday on the 21st, so we're only going to be doing one Crypto Barons this month. We'll be saving the rest for further month. If you are on Twitch, stay around. We're going to raid someone else on Twitch. Thank you for watching our show. Hope you check us out. Hope you see us. Hack the planet, Dirty Jersey represent, and remember, if you work at a lock and you're frustrated at it, trust me, even a lockpicking lawyer gets frustrated doing his sort of crazy security locks. Just keep working at it. Ask us for advice. We will cheer you on and help you. If I can get through this and the other locks I've gone through, you will eventually get through it too. Just like me, it's just patience, persistence, skills, improving your skills, and just practicing. Also, it's really hard to pick locks when you have to pee. Stay tuned, say hi to whoever you raid, enjoy the music. Hack the planet! Go DEFCON!
some reason the music didn't play, and we're about to raid now. Sorry about that. Here we go.